Hey, yo.
Good evening and welcome, one and all, to PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. I'm your host, Mike, and in this evening's broadcast, I have several topics to talk about this evening. Of course, the passing of the late, great Intercontinental Champion, Scott Hall, also known as the Bad Guy, Razor Ramon. I also want to talk about new information on the Halo TV series that's going to be on Paramount Plus. Samuel L. Jackson's take on directors who are whining and crying about comic book movies, and also the passing of William Hurt and much more. But before I get underway with that, I do want to say hello to members of the chat who have left messages or they are here watching live. So we first have a greeting from Spock, who says, first, then we have the Padawannabe. And the Padawannabe says, Spock's Friday nights, first is the worst, second is the best. And Games, Movies, and Comics says, is this a channel for information about pop culture? Well, it's a channel for information on pop culture. And of course, it's also a channel where I stream games, talk movies, talk TV shows, and in a few short weeks, starting on April 7th, season 4 of the Box Score will be streaming on occasion, not as frequently as it was in the past, but it'll still be here. It'll still have a presence here on the channel, and maybe opening day will be a good day for the Cubs, or maybe they'll lose to the Brewers. I don't know. There's still a lot of signings going on and everything. Of course, on March 31st, I will be having a live stream for the Box Score episode 306, which will also technically be the Box Score Mal Visit, because that'll be pretty much a season preview episode the week before the season actually starts, going over who signed where and, what fans might expect from their team this year, and how fans are also feeling about Major League Baseball and the players being in the lockout for as long as they were, for 99 days. So that'll be coming up. And also, I planned this prior to Scott Hall passing away. I actually had the idea pop in my head from a couple of the panelists that were on the collector's stream that we did not too long ago, where on April 9th, Saturday, April 9th at 8 o'clock Eastern, there will be a pro wrestling stream where we're going to talk about the past, the present, and future of pro wrestling. So please join me and a guest panelist for that. I'm just waiting on confirmation from a couple more before I announce who's going to be on the panel. So with that being said, and of course, I will still continue to try to beat Final Fantasy VII Remake, particularly a boss that I've been fighting for the last couple of nights, and I just haven't been able to get it done. So let's go ahead and get underway here with our first article. Our first article here comes from Yahoo Entertainment via People Magazine, and it's in response to Sam Elliott's take on the power of the dog. It was an article I had read a few weeks ago where Sam Elliott pretty much said that this movie is not a Western. And this article is by Benjamin Van Hoos. It was posted on Monday, and it says Jane Champion responds to Sam Elliott's harsh power of the dog comments. It's a little bit sexist. Isn't everything nowadays? All right. So the article starts off by saying Jane Champion has choice words about Sam Elliott's comments concerning her movie's the validity. There I go. First article of the night, and I'm already flubbing. In the Western genre, the filmmakers, The Power of the Dog is the most Oscar nominated movie of the year, with Champion earning recognition as both a writer and director. Based on the 1967 novel by Tom Savage, the film stars Benedict Cumberbatch as a repressed rancher who takes his frustrations out on his brother and new sister-in-law, played by Jesse Plemons and Kristen Dunst. On a recent episode of WTF with Mark Maron podcast, Elliot, who is known for his Western movie roles and his current role on Yellowstone spinoff series 1883, bashed the movie, saying how the characters, in his view, are all running around in chaps and no shirts. There's all these allusions of homosexuality throughout the effing movie. The story grapples with sexuality in an era and place that emphasizes binary gender roles and expectations. Elliot 77 added that it rubbed him the wrong way that it was filmed in New Zealand, saying about Champion specifically, what the F does this woman? She's a brilliant director, by the way. I love her previous work, but what the F does this woman from down there in New Zealand know about the American West? At the DGA Awards Saturday, Champion 67 responded to his comments, telling Variety, "What can I say? I'm sorry he was being a little bit of a bitch. Sorry to say it, but he's not a cowboy. He's an actor. The West was a mythic space, and there's a lot of room on the range." She goes on to say, "I think it's a little bit sexist," she continued, "because when you think about the number of amazing Westerns made in Spain by director Sergio Leone, I consider myself a creator, and I think he thinks of me as a woman or something lesser first, and I don't appreciate that." And let's see. It continues. All right. So let's get down. All right. Let's see. I thought I'd seen something else because it skipped on me. All right. There we go. So it says several Power of the Dog cast members have also responded to Elliot's comments, including Plemons, who told The Hollywood Reporter over the weekend, "I don't know why I reacted this way, but I'm not going to say it made me happy, but it made me laugh. I don't know. People can have their own opinions about something. I know there are different layers to that, but not everyone has to like it." During a BAFTA film sessions event earlier this month, Cumberbatch said, "I'm trying very hard not to say anything about a very odd reaction that happened the other day on a radio podcast over here." Without meaning to stir over the ashes of that, someone really took offense to, "I haven't heard it, so it's unfair for me to comment in detail on it, to the West being portrayed in this way," he added. Beyond that reaction, that sort of denial that anybody could have any other than heteronormative existence because of what they do for a living or where they're born, there is also a massive intolerance within the world at large toward homosexuality still, and toward an acceptance of the other and anything kind of different. It's not a history lesson. Additionally, Cody Smith McPhee responded to Variety last week when asked about Elliot's remarks by saying, "He has nothing to say because I'm a mature being and I'm passionate about what I do, and I don't really give energy to anything outside of that. If anything, I just had a little bit of a laugh. Yeah, good luck to him. The Power of the Dog is streaming on Netflix. So, everybody's going to go back and forth. Sam Elliott has his opinion. Of course, the stars and the director have their opinion. But I don't know. It just, it seems like petty Hollywood bickering to me, but that's just me being, being on the outside of this whole situation. But we do have another article about Jane Champion, and then one more after that. So here we go. This is from MSN via Newsweek, and it goes on to say Jane Champion's apology to Venus and Serena Williams falls flat. All right. So this article goes on by saying Jane Champion has apologized to Venus and Serena Williams for the thoughtless comments she made during her Critics' Choice Award speech on Sunday night, but the filmmaker's statement of remorse has fallen flat among her critics. The Oscar-nominated, multi-award-winning director of The Power of the Dog caused uproar when she named the tennis champions in her acceptance speech and said that they do not play against the guys like I have to. Champion 67 has been heavily criticized for her remarks, which have been labeled stupid and insulting on social media. The filmmaker issued an apology on Monday and urged that she did not intend to devalue the Williams sister in her speech. Sure seems like she did. Goes on to say, I made a thoughtless comment equating what I do in the film world with all that Serena and Venus Williams have achieved. I did not intend to devalue these two legendary Black women and world-class athletes. Campion said in a statement per The Hollywood Reporter, the fact is the Williams sisters have actually squared off against men on the court and off, and they have both raised the bar and opened doors for what is possible for women in this world. The last thing I would ever want to do is minimize remarkable women. Well, it sure sounds like you have no problem doing that. I love Serena and Venus. Their accomplishments are titanic and inspiring. Serena and Venus, I apologize and completely celebrate you. However, her apology has not been widely accepted, with several voices on social media expressing their disdain for Campion and the whole situation. Jane Campion is what you get when you live a life of unchecked privilege, less interested in an apology and more interested in why her brain thought it was okay to make that comment in the first place, tweeted entrepreneur Issa Watson. Actress Vivica A. Whitsett said, F Jane Campion. Apology not accepted. You said what you said. Producer Minette Louis tweeted, why is it so hard for white women to acknowledge women of color, face racism plus sexism? This acknowledgement is as absent as Campion's apology as it was in her Oregdom comment. Saying Venus and Serena Williams are Black isn't enough. She needed to address the racism. And another person who found an issue of Campion's apology is author A.D. Lohman, who tweeted, Jane Campion addicted responsibly for... let me try that again. Okay, 2 screw-ups tonight. Abdicted responsibly responsibility for her biased comments by calling them thoughtless and pass that off as an apology. There, fixed it for you. The Williams sisters were in the audience at the Critics' Choice Awards to support the film King Richard, which is about their father and tennis coach Richard Williams. Will Smith won another Best Actor award for his performance in the movie at the Critics' Choice Awards. And from what I've heard, it's actually a good film. I haven't watched it yet, and I may check it out, because I'm open to watch any film. Let's see if anyone else is here. Let's get it back to the live chat, and then I will continue. And if anybody would like to come on, just let me know and I can send you the link. So let's see. Same. All right. So never mind about having another article with Jane Campion's apology. It's pretty much the same as what I just gave you. So scratch that. So let's go ahead and move on to the next article. And this is about Elden Ring success. And I don't know if anybody's familiar with the new game Elden Ring, but it looks like a pretty cool game. I've seen a few people streaming it, and honestly, it looks like one that I'd enjoy myself. I'm just not in the market to buy any new games at the moment. Just have to wait a few weeks. So this article that I have here is from Variety, and it says Elden Ring success underscores Hollywood blind spot in video games. And this is by Kari Erickson, and it goes on to say Game of Thrones may have closed out last decade as the definitive program of HBO's existence, but the influence of George R.R. Martin is back again via an entirely different medium. Released February 25th by Japanese video game publisher Bandai Namco Entertainment and developed by Lauded Studio From Software in collaboration with the Game of Thrones scribe, Elden Ring is a massive hit, having reportedly sold more than 10 million copies on PC alone after already becoming Steam's biggest launch just an hour after it dropped on the online storefront. And to top it off, it also seems the best-selling premium game of 2022 so far. On top of that, the multi-platform title already ranks among the top 10 most played games in Steam's history, hitting a peak of nearly 1 million concurrent users so far per tracker SteamDB. Getting Martin involved with Elden Ring was as easy as From Software asking if he'd be interested in helping them make a game. And real quick, before I move on, I want to go ahead and post the link for the last two articles that I read and also this one. Okay. And one more. And there we go. All right, so goes on to say this begs the question, why aren't game collaborations with top billing creatives like this already commonplace? Look at Ubisoft and its two South Park games, 2014's The Stick of Truth and 2017's The Fractured But Whole. Sold well upon release and achieved critical acclaim despite being made by different developers. In this case, the constant between both games was the direct involvement of the show's creators, Matt Stone and Trey Parker, who helped write each title. How is it that a prior collaboration between Martin and Warner Brothers games never materialized during the timeline of Game of Thrones, given the game's division and HBO share a corporate parent? To be fair, the industry's involvement in the game space is spotty. Sony is the only real example of a major Hollywood player that is dedicated to gaming as it is the big screen and small screens. Warner Media can't be counted out, as well as Warner Brothers Games division is a serious publisher known for the Mortal Kombat fighting series and successful games stemming from Warner Brothers IP like DC Comics, Harry Potter, and Lord of the Rings, though the last property is currently contested. While the rest of Hollywood's involvement in games has been limited to licensing IP, tech players participated in gaming via endeavors like VR, Meta, mobile gaming, Apple, Google, and at a smaller scale, Netflix, and cloud gaming, Amazon, Google. This wasn't always the case. Disney and NBC Universal were once publishing games, but shut down those units last decade. You could argue Disney is reversing this decision by way of newly minted Lucasfilm Games, but that is still ostensibly an IP licensing operation. I'm sorry, ostensibly. Crap. All right. So it goes on to say Star Wars Eclipse from French developer Quantic Dream may end up being the exception to Disney's absence from publishing, as the narrative game isn't currently attached to an outside publisher, but persistent rumors allege the game is suffering from bungled development and it may not be ready until at least the latter half of the decade. Then there is Lionsgate, which is technically publishing games, but not to a serious extent. Its flashiest title to date was a Blair Witch horror game released in 2019, the same year John Wick became a force to be reckoned with at the box office. If Lionsgate wants to be a video game publisher, or at the very least partner with one of the majors, why is there no AAA John Wick game yet? That seems like a no-brainer, but so far there's just been a small turn-based strategy game utilizing the IP. Relying on top IP in and of itself doesn't necessarily clear an immediate path to gaming success. Of course, Bandai Namco may be taking its victory lap with Elden Ring, but its Fast and the Furious Crossroads game released in 2020 was a flop, despite the flashy promotion on behalf of Universal franchises stars Vin Diesel and Michelle Rodriguez at the Game Awards. Okay, then it goes on to say, then there's the two big Marvel games from Square Enix over the last 2 years, Marvel's The Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy, that fell short of the Japanese publisher's sales expectations. It shows that shelling out money to license such IP may not be worth it if these games aren't developed in collaboration with the same creative talent that made the IP worthwhile in the first place. Unlike prior From Software games, Elden Ring takes place in a vast open world, representing a clear strategy shift for the studio and desire to open its games to wider audiences without tarnishing its firm stance on challenging combat. From Software games such as Activision's Sekiro, Sony Interactive Entertainment's Bloodborne, and Dark Souls series, also published by Bandai Namco, have always been known for their exceptional difficulty and challenging bosses, which has long made their games the subjects of debates regarding wider accessibility in gaming. Despite From Software's track record for critical acclaim, this means their games typically haven't broken through to consumers to the degree that Elden Ring has. But Elden Ring had serious competition throughout February when it came to open world games, two of which were highly anticipated sequels. First was zombie parkour actioner Dying Light 2 from Techland on February 4th, followed by Horizon Forbidden West from Sony Interactive Entertainment on February 25th. The latter franchise is especially acclaimed, making it impressive that new IP Elden Ring remains the standout title. And it goes on to say, it's not like smaller companies in Hollywood are ignoring this opportunity to foster collaboration with creators. Production companies Bad Robot and Skydance both have gaming arms working on high-profile titles. If they can finagle similar talent and developer partnerships, as From Software did with Martin, the major studios licensing out IP en masse ought to rethink who brings those franchises to virtual spaces. With Elden Ring, the biggest non-Call of Duty or FIFA launch since 2018, how could they not? And before I get my comments, I do want to say hello to Christian Fandom Geek. Welcome, brother. Hope you're doing well tonight. So, I want your thoughts as well. I always want others' thoughts other than my own when it comes to Elden Ring. But from what I've seen of the game, yes, I've heard the game is hard. I watch streams and I could tell that the game is hard. But I'm sorry, as someone who grew up with the NES and Super Nintendo and Genesis, games back then were tough. And a lot of times we didn't have the option to go to an easy mode or a hard mode. We just had one difficulty setting, and it was the one that was released in the game. And we had to deal with it. And we had to figure out how to beat the game. It's like right now, I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I have no intention on changing the difficulty level. I'm going to keep it at the same difficulty level I have it set at because I want to try to beat the game. I want to try to figure out how to beat bosses, what to do when I'm trying to attack the bosses, and what not to do when I'm trying to attack the bosses. All right, Padawannabe, get ready to check your Discord. And Christian Phantom Geek, if you'd like to come on board, you're more than welcome. So, all right, brother. Yeah. There you are. All right, here you go, brother. Padawannabe, the link has been sent. And Christian Phantom Geek, if you'd like to come on to the panel, you're more than welcome. Pop Talks are always open panels. Open mic. I know I didn't put that in the title, but it's always open mic. For anyone who wants to come on, you're more than welcome to come on. But yeah. And good evening, Padawannabe. How are you, sir?
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother.
Okay, I gotta fix my outputs here so I can hear better. Should be good now.
All right, brother. How are you doing this evening?
Good. Good day today, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, what did you think of the first couple of articles I read?
Well, let me see if I can remember here. I know you were just talking about the games, the Elden Ring. Mm-hmm. And see if I can go backward in these points. Yeah, I've noticed a couple of the games they've come out with recently. I was seeing things on with streamers saying that they were just too hard, that they because they couldn't complete them and things like that. And it's just, yeah, it's a different generation of gaming for sure. We older players are used to games where there was no difficulty setting. You just put it in and played it. And then there was a time when people were saying they were too easy, and then the games got a little harder, and then it became an era when there was super hard games for 5 to 10 years. It comes and goes. But this, I'll agree also that they have just not really pumped out very many games in, I would say, probably since the Xbox One PS4 release. I know PS4 had quite a few more games that I was interested in playing, and I never got around to getting one of those. But there just hasn't really been a big push. Right when you were saying, why not do a John Wick game? I was thinking the same thing. It's definitely something. It lends itself to video games. It's the exact thing that you would do. It's literally chapter based, mission based. They could make it exactly like the movie, and it could flow perfectly for a game. They turned Wanted into a game, and that wasn't as well received. It's not the first time they've done this before. I remember when John Woo, that director, got involved in one of those games. It didn't really take off the way he wanted to, I'm sure. But I think there's an opening for games. I just think things are changing in that industry. It's hard to say.
I want to comment.
Oh, my fiance wants to say something.
Okay.
I remember doing Nintendo and having it be difficulty, knowing that there were other ways to do it, and we had to wait for the book that we could order that would show us where the hints and clues were for that to come out after the game was sold for a while. That was always exciting.
Yeah, we couldn't just jump on the internet at any time and just go, oh, I know how to do it.
Because I remember one year I was subscribed to Nintendo Power. And one year, as part of my subscription, they sent me a strategy guide that had, all different codes and tips for different games.
Yes.
So I looked at it, and yeah, I'll admit I did use it. I'm not going to say I didn't use it. I used it.
Yeah. I remember getting one, and to be honest, the strategy guides weren't even foolproof. They like I had a really old one it was like 20 arcade classics, so it would kind of tell you the ideal path through Donkey Kong and things like that. But it wouldn't tell you the timing. It would just show you the best path. You still had to figure it out.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do in life. You have to be able to figure it out. You can't have everybody tell you how to do it or do it for you.
Yeah, I guess it would probably be throughout the 90s, and you would pre-order games, and now they had strategy guides for every single game that would come out. And they would always try to sell you that extra $20 or $30 book, with it. And it's like, no, man, I'll do this without it. I'm quite capable. But yes, knowing that I came from a different generation of gamers, we've seen the games changing over the years, and it seems silly, but there was a large difficulty in just learning how to play those really basic games. They did not handle as clean as they do now, and just the environments and the textures and all the things they can do to games does add to everything. But it does kind of take away from a classic factor of gaming. It's that not giving up and learning to do it. There's no high score motivation. We don't really have to, you beat the game once, there's not really a motivation to play it through again at a higher speed. Or, okay, now let me try and do this way. 'Cause they don't really, even though they give you more options now, it seems like they
Mhm.
give you less options on how to play the game.
Well, it's like, when I first got my NES back in 1988, and you know how it came with Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt.
Mhm.
When I beat Super Mario Brothers for the first time, I was excited. And then saw that I can continue to play the levels all over again, but this time it was much harder. I jumped at the chance. It took me a
Yeah.
while to beat it in the harder mode, but I was able to do it.
And then over the years, we would not, everything would come out in a few months because we didn't have the internet the way it was now. So we would hear, oh, did you hear about where this free man is on this level? Or, hey, have you heard of the negative levels? People be like, what are you talking about?
Hmm.
You're throwing out things that they literally had. We've been playing the game since it came out, been playing the game for a year or two, and then we'll find out something that has been in the game the whole time, and we never knew it. Now we're playing the game again like crazy. How many other secrets are there? What else can I do? Well, if you do this here, maybe we can do this here. There was a whole different level of playability to the game. I mean,
Hmm.
it's similar how they do download content now, but we were getting literal like sand grains of content, you
Hmm.
know, and we
Yeah,
would
and
just pick the game up for hours, for weeks again.
how did you feel when you were able to find a secret on your own without even looking at a strategy guide, and then you would tell a friend, say, "Oh, guess what? Let's play this game tonight because I want to show you a secret."
Yeah, that's always the thing that you really want. I didn't have a whole lot of friends that had these things, but there was even things like there were several games growing up that I would just get into and play over and over and over and over again. And then you
Hmm.
would see those articles in Nintendo Power, or you'd see the strategy guide later on and be like, well, yeah, you can do it that way, but that's not really the best way to do it. And that was always really cool because it's like, wow, I thought of it even different than the people who made the game. And that's what
Hmm.
was really neat because it just goes to show, even though we were playing very linear type games, that you could play so differently. And not, I'd say, probably not until the fighting game genre did a player's kind of characteristics and personalities really come out. Because then there was so much, you weren't just playing the same characters as everybody else. You got to pick different characters and use them differently and everything.
Hmm. Yeah, a game I've only been able to beat once, Ninja Gaiden. I've only been able to beat that
The
game
first,
once.
the first one.
Yes.
Okay, I that was one of the games. I played the hell out of that game. I played that game so many times. I beat that game so many times. Castlevania, Ninja Gaiden, Master Blaster,
Hmm.
the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game that was nothing like the arcade game.
Nope. It was
I
its own
remember
thing.
I remember those games in particular. I just played them so many times. And to be honest, that TMNT game was not that great, but I was such a fan of that particular, that idea in the comics and everything back then, that
Hmm.
it was just like, give me whatever you have. We did not get a lot of fan stuff back then. We didn't, it was very exciting to get a game from somebody like this.
Yeah.
Elden Rings, that should be a huge deal that it's based on something that we can pick up as fans and get more in depth. It's not just a game, That's
Hmm.
very cool for fandoms and geekdoms when you can get more involved. And that's why so many people like Star Trek and Star Wars, because it's not just movies, it's books and comics and games and just everything you can think of. If you like something, you're gonna find that media in what you like.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to books, I can remember growing up in the 90s, you would see Star Wars books on the shelves and Star Trek books on the shelves. And the hardest part was making a decision on which book to buy.
Yeah, and learning about all that stuff. If you weren't like, I didn't go shop at bookstores for a long time. I might see books in the normal stores that we had back then, Best, Gemco, things like
Mhm.
that, at Woolworths and stuff. But when I first would go to like a large bookstore, and then I would see how many more books about Star Wars or Star Trek or Halo or all these other games, and it blew my mind. I had to
Mhm.
get past oh my God, now I have to get past the nerves I have of taking a stack of Star Wars books up to the register and saying, yep, these are what I want to buy.
Yeah, because I did have
and
some experiences where I would, take a stack of books up to the counter to pay for, and the person behind the counter say, "You're buying all this?" Yeah, I'm buying all this.
yeah. And I figure, hey, once you start having a job and working, and you figure, hey, some people are literally there just to make their money, and some people will see what you buy, what you're gonna buy, or what you like, and they're like, hey, this is cool. Have you read
Mhm.
this? I read this last week. This book is great. And the thing that I noticed first with that expanded universe stuff, Star Wars had so much extra new stuff. But then Star Trek seemed like a lot of their novels were just novelizations of episodes and things like that. And I was like, okay. And that's just it didn't I wanted
Yeah.
more, so I just leaned into Star Wars so hard. But I did have a few books. Once you start reading more and more often, you realize that even though it's the same as an episode or a movie, it's not the same. There's so much more that happens in the novelizations of these things.
Mhm. Well, it's like I'll give you an example. One book series was Star Trek New Frontiers. It had a few characters that you were introduced to in different episodes of Next Generation and New Frontiers. And, I was even saying this to Nerpoil, and he was saying it to me too, is that we both wished they had made the New Frontiers book series into an actual television series, after Voyager, because it was that
Mhm.
good.
Yeah. Well, that was the time when the industry really thought fatigue was a thing, and it's like, no, they just really didn't believe that another Star Trek show could do good. And that's why we didn't really get another one until Enterprise. And I remember thinking that too. But it was neat finally to see Star Trek had so much to pull from now. I was totally jealous at that time as a Star Wars fan. Star Trek had so many series and so many movies at that time,
Hmm.
and really there was no stopping their momentum. It's like, gosh, how many more movies are these guys going to make? They were doing the series when I was a kid. I went and saw uh Star Trek 4 in 6th grade for somebody's birthday party, and then they did 5, and then they did the I think that it was Generations. Is that 6? You know, um,
Six
and
was the
and
undiscovered country.
oh, that's right. And then even introducing the new characters, and I wasn't sold on all the new stuff, and they did it well enough that I liked it. And that
Hmm.
coming from that generation, again, what we're talking about with these new things coming out and them just not being quite up to snuff of what we're used to, or
Yeah.
continuing the stories than it not being the same, even though it's supposed to be the same thing.
Yeah, even though it's supposed to be the same, the author's take on it, you know, it was one of those things where I can remember reading a few books going, I'm not sure that, this character would react this way, or this character would do this. And
Yeah, I remember seeing when they make a character good enough that you're invested in reading or watching or anything, and you start to recognize them as a character. Any little thing they do, like if they change writers or change directors and then they change how the character is, it does take you out right away. Even the way and somebody could say something, you're like, that's not even something they would say, or maybe not necessarily in that way. But if you're so used to a character and then for them to change it so much, and to the point where fans of the show, I'm willing to accept when an actor or actress gets changed. I understand things happen. But when they change a character just out of nowhere, that's why it'll really be interesting to see how this Cara Dune thing plays out. Are they going to keep the character, change it, re-roll it, recast it? We'll just have to see how that goes and how it gets taken. That situation is almost like the litmus test for the way things are going right now. It's at the forefront of the problem, and once that gets tackled one way or the other, I think a lot's going to snowball after that with a lot of other things. I just think a lot more is going to come forward.
Yep. And speaking of someone being cast as an iconic character or a pre-existing character, I've got news here from Variety about Star Trek Strange New Worlds casting Paul Wesley as James T. Kirk for season 2 of Strange New Worlds, and we haven't even seen season 1 yet. That doesn't air until May 5th.
I don't know. To be honest, what's going on with Star Trek the last few years, it just seems like it's almost like they have a hidden fund. It's like they're already announcing a second series. The show hasn't even come out. Where are these expectations coming from? I want Star Trek to be good. I would love to anticipate a second season of something. But what's going on lately, and big Kmart over there working Star Trek, he just really, regardless of how anybody feels about it, he's not taking it in the best direction monetarily or stock wise or anything. It blows my mind that it seems like they're willing to take these losses and they're just going to keep making material. I'm not exactly sure what's happening with them. They don't seem to be playing by the normal Hollywood rule, It just they're on the bottom of the ratings list. Okay, yep, we got picked up, even though literally the 10 shows over us all got canceled, but we're still going. I am not understanding this one, looking at it through the normal lens. It just feels like there's something else going on that we don't know about, because I don't see how this looks attractive to anybody involved in this.
I don't get it either. I mean, if any of us started losing money, we, get another job or, work longer hours if we had to, just to make more of an income.
I mean, this is like it kind of what you're just saying. It's like, wow, I really feel like the building's going to close. Maybe I should start looking for another job. But it's not. I don't know if the actors have contracts that they have to pay them, or there's something going on where they have to do a certain amount of seasons. Before I see, those are things we're not privy to, so I'm just not entirely sure what is going on, because it doesn't make sense monetarily. It doesn't make sense, numbers wise. It doesn't make sense rating. It just, none of it adds up. It's very strange.
None of it adds up because, you're wondering to yourself as just a regular everyday fan, what company is putting forth the money to produce these shows that aren't making that money? If you, you know, put money into a stock and that stock's not doing well, you're not going to keep it.
Yeah, and maybe, I don't know, maybe they're going off some idea because so many shows did so well after they got canceled
Mm-hmm.
in the 80s and 2000 or the 90s and 2000s. A lot of those shows got canceled by the networks or cable companies or whatever, but were really very favored by viewers.
Yeah.
Serenity and Battlestar Galactica and a few others got canceled, but then got more popular after.
Yeah.
Maybe they're thinking that's what's going to happen. I don't know.
I don't see it happening that way. I don't see it, becoming like those two shows. I don't even see it becoming like the original series.
Yeah, I
The
don't.
original series, when it was canceled, was under a rating system that wasn't favorable to it. And then the next year, they switched to a new rating system and they check and they see that Star Trek was actually getting viewers. But it really headed off when it was in syndication. But I don't see that happening for Discovery, Picard, or Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, I
Getting
don't
in.
see this. I don't see it like, okay, now it's streaming. Now our ratings will go up. It's
Mhm.
like the idea of syndication. Oh, well, now it's available more often in more places, so we'll get more viewers. And it's like, I agree with you. I don't see that happening. I don't get it. Like I
I don't
said,
get it.
I want to enjoy Star Trek, and I got Paramount Plus just to watch these shows. And after I watched the first two seasons of Discovery and the first season of Picard, excuse me, I didn't, there was not enough on that particular streaming to keep me interested. They brought it back. I actually enjoyed Lower Decks, regardless of other people's view. I found it humorous. That's all I was looking for. Just some ridiculous, silly Star Trek. Um, but I understand why people didn't like it, because it's silly, ridiculous Star Trek. And
Mhm.
for most people, Star Trek is the military, and I actually like the aspect, kind of like how Star Wars started showing us more outside of the Jedi. I kind of like, well, I like seeing how Picard was when he's not a cadet. I like seeing those aspects, and it's like we just don't get enough of that on Star Trek because it's all about missions and stuff.
Mhm.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, as far as doing, a flashback to when Picard was a cadet, it was one of those things. It had to fit the story that they were currently telling. If it didn't fit the
Yeah,
story, you know, you wouldn't see it in an episode. You might hear a character reference, well, when I was in the academy, I did this. Well, when I was a young ensign on the Pegasus, I'm just using the Pegasus as a
yeah,
reference because that was Riker's first assignment. But we didn't necessarily have to see Riker as an ensign on the Pegasus. That's not interesting enough, in my opinion. What
yeah.
we
And it's
did get to
not.
see
You go
was
ahead.
the Enterprise actually finding the Pegasus and finding the experimental cloaking device. Because we got plenty of background information from Admiral Pressman on the experimental cloaking device, which was a violation of the Treaty of Algeron.
Yeah, all the stuff you're talking about is what I expect Star Trek to be now.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would expect, like, Picard is not Starfleet necessarily. He's kind of doing his own thing. Um, but like I was saying, how I liked seeing these other characters. Yeah, you were saying we don't necessarily need to see Riker as, the first officer of his other ship. And it's like that. As a viewer, I tend to agree with that because then we're just getting Riker in Starfleet still. I enjoy Riker's character a lot. I would love to see what made him go into Starfleet and those kind of things. Or like Deanna Troi. Wonder what her life was like on Betazed before she even thought about Star Trek. I would be, but I don't know how they would introduce that kind of stuff. I'd have to read books and things like that. But that's what they're for. That's what you
Yep.
think. That's what those media lend themselves to. And I
Well,
don't.
even with the Enterprise B and the Enterprise C, they give you just enough to make you curious about the adventures of those ships. Now, we do know what happened to the Enterprise C, where it was destroyed at Narendra 3 with some survivors, Tasha Yar being one of them, at least Tasha Yar from an alternate timeline. Which,
Yeah.
by the way, if I haven't mentioned it before, I'm going to mention again, and I'll probably mention it on Tuesday Night Trek when we get there. Yesterday's Enterprise was the episode that hooked me into Star Trek. At that point, I was, watching Next Generation, enjoying the Next Generation. I enjoyed the original series, but it was yesterday's Enterprise that hooked me in, hook, line, and sinker. So that episode has a special place in my heart. But, would we like to see a show based around the Enterprise B or the Enterprise C? Maybe, but it would have to be done by the right people.
Yeah,
Wouldn't you
they'd
like?
have to show a good dynamic crew. I would think
Mhm.
being on the Enterprise, it's the flagship. They get those missions no other ship's going to get. But you have to have a dynamic crew. You have to have it at a time frame when things are happening. If
Mhm.
and as far as we know, most of the stuff happened with Kirk and Picard, and Janeway and those captains. Those were dynamic captains. They
Yes.
those were always the captains. Starfleet was like, we need more of you. But those were the groups that wanted to stay together. That's why Riker never left. It's like they would have loved to have him on another ship, but man, he would have been bored. Geordie LaForge on another ship would have been the best thing that ship ever had, but he would have not been doing what they did on the Enterprise.
No. It's like Riker even says in Next Generation, his place is on the Enterprise.
Yeah, there's a few times when they try to give him promotions and stuff, and he's just like, nope, every time, nope, nope, nope. And it was really that. I think it's really when when Picard gets Borganized, that Riker really accepts it. He's like, okay, I could be captain. I think this is what I need to do. But then
Mhm.
when they were able to get Picard back, he realized, he's like, I'm not going anywhere. I don't care if it's second fiddle, third fiddle. I'm on the Enterprise, and the Enterprise is where stuff happens. So this
Yep.
is my place. It's not the rank, it's the position, it's where you are.
Yep. The right place at the right time. And that's how Riker looked at it. He was at the right place at the right time. And Spock, Bone, Amen, Christian Phantom Geek.
Oh, we got a bunch
Anybody
more.
anybody who would like to come on, I have just pinned the link to the StreamYard in the chat. You're more than welcome to hop on.
Oh, and then to go back a little more, you were saying, I think that first article with Sam Elliott, that really is just like you were saying. That's just kind of Hollywood bickering. Not
Mm-hmm.
everybody on the set's gonna agree with everything that is said or did, but I as soon as you read that quote, that it's a little sexist, and it's and from what it's not a Western, but it's is it in that era?
I guess it's supposed to be in that era. I really haven't
Because
had
I
any
mean, I'm
interest in
like Home on the
watching it.
Prairie is not a Western, but it was definitely in that era. And I just kind of, I looked at my wife and said, could you watch a Western era show or anything, 1700s, 1800s, early 1900s, even, where a little bit of sexism isn't normal? And she just looked at me kind of weird. She's like, it has to be there. I said, that's what I thought. You have to have a little bit. Otherwise, it's just a happy-go-lucky movie that doesn't seem real. You need a little bit. It doesn't need to be hateful, but to be believable, you need a little bit of sexism and bigotry and, maybe some slavery aspects and some, things like that. But if you don't see it, that does take you out of it a little bit. Because like I was saying, Little House on the Prairie and the Waltons are wholesome shows, but even they had a little bit of sexism. There was still jobs that the father had thought the men should do and jobs the women should do. It was an acceptable level of sexism, more or less. But if it wasn't there, it would have seemed weird.
Yep.
If I see a black cowboy in a movie, if he doesn't get slurs thrown at him all the time, it seems weird.
Well, if you're going to make a historically accurate film, you have to make sure that certain elements that were there, regardless of how we feel about them now, if it existed back then, and better be depicted in some way in the movie.
Yes, and it doesn't have to be to the level like Django Unchained.
No.
But you can easily put enough in it to where you can see that there's going to be something, Even I watched the new Magnificent Seven movie with Denzel Washington, and I'm like, I felt like they would have been a lot more hateful toward his character being a black sheriff. It's a great movie, but I was like, wow, movie. They really don't care that he's talking to him. That's the only thing. But the movie itself is fine. Denzel, they all act really well. But even in a good movie, if you don't have all that authenticity, it takes away from the movie, even if it's just a little bit. Or a series or whatever.
Well, it's like hearing about, I can't remember the name of the show, but it has something to do with the Vikings, and hearing about what's going on with that. It's just one of those things where, well, if it didn't exist back then, why are you bringing it into the forefront?
Yeah.
Welcome, Fate.
Hey.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great.
Hello, sir.
Hey, what's up, man?
Welcome to the discussion.
Yeah. I was just going to say that, grown folk are able to, they're able to sort of take a look at the past, learn from our mistakes, and move on.
Mm-hmm. And that's what you have to do in life. You have to be able to just be able to move on.
Yeah.
You can't live in the past
crazy
all the time.
talk. Everything should be great from the get-go, and it should be perfect.
Hey, we'd all like it to be that way, but unfortunately, it's not that way.
Yeah.
We don't like to press that magic button that makes everything hunky-dory, and unfortunately, that button doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yep. Spoiler alert, life is not perfect.
Nope.
But yeah, the depictions of the past, like if they were to put like the actual depictions of things, how they would hurt people's feelings nowadays. It'd break them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think of that too. And we can watch the most gruesome movies like 300.
Mm-hmm.
And you think, okay, that movie, so much mayhem, blood, just massacre the whole movie.
Yeah.
And it probably was 100 times worse than that.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Because I see us depicting those old Roman fights and all those wars and stuff, and it's like we're doing our best job, but we will never understand just how ridiculously brutal it would have been
Oh no,
back then.
So they always talk about depravity, like how it got so rampant, like there ain't no telling what they did to children, but when they would do the Roman Colosseum, they got so depraved that they were getting their lust fulfilled and fulfilling the lust of the crowd by throwing virgins in to lions, and so that just goes to show you that like a heavy amount of like desire leads to pain, and it's sort of in a microcosm understanding. But yeah, we don't even know the half of it. I remember the first of 300, they were just tossing babies off a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
No, we got a celebrity in the chat.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. George Lucas.
George,
do us all a favor and buy back Star Wars.
If you need a few bucks, I'll invest.
I'll start a GoFundMe.
Oh
yeah,
man.
10 years deep in Disney, guys. Wow.
I know. It's hard to believe. And look what's happened to the franchise in those 10 years.
Yeah.
Man.
I had a friend
Mandalorian is great.
Yeah, I like Mando.
I did too.
I'm very pleased with that show, but we're taking it off topic here. So
yeah.
What do we got? There were some topics that I saw on the thumbnail description. I was like, oh yeah, I'll totally talk about that stuff.
Well, here's the thing. I've told this to Common Sense America, also known as the Smoking Patriot, multiple times. Yes, I do have topics I want to talk about here on Pop Talk whenever I have it on a Wednesday or a Sunday, but I try to give enough wiggle room where if we go off topic, we go off topic. I try to keep it loosey-goosey.
Hey, I like to talk with the rest of them, that's for sure. That's why I enjoy coming on this show, because you kind of touch on, it's like, it reminds me of old, like, what was it? The E Network, when it was actually cool.
Yeah.
They had that E Daily Report, and it was just like, oh, this is how I got all my celebrity gossip. But they always kept it much more positive.
Yeah, I do miss the old celebrity gossip from
this
like
was
20 years.
before TMZ.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Back when the Osbournes were on reality.
Sharon,
would you like a burrito?
Oh, my pills, Sharon. Where are my pills?
How do you work this bloody thing? Sharon, I can't get it to work. I know this is more sports related, but I'm gonna say it anyway. But it was 20 years ago, in the summer, and it was at Wrigley Field when Ozzy Osbourne and Sharon saying, "Take me out to the ball game at Wrigley Field," and they started off good, but after that, everything just collapsed. And even the players, both on the Dodgers and on the Cubs, they had a camera shot of both teams, and they're looking, and you could read their lips. Some of them were going, "What the?"
Well, Ozzy probably forgot the words halfway through, or
he had a piece of
totally
paper right
forgot.
in front of him with the words.
He could have forgot he was singing altogether.
Because at one point he's going, "I think I've forgotten what I had to do."
Amazing.
and I'm watching at home.
gosh.
Yeah, the Cubs were losing, but I'm watching at home going, I don't know whether to go, "Oh my God," or start laughing. And I just started laughing because I found it funny.
No, I remember. Oh, you want to go? Go ahead there.
No, I was laughing.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I remember that there was a time, and I know Ozzy with his health and his pills, drugs, and his wife. Jeez, he was up and down and up and down, and there was. But I remember when there was a time when he was. I was. I'm surprised we still have him. To be honest, I'm surprised he toured after that and things like that, because it was. There was a time when it really seemed like he was deteriorating much quicker, and his speech was really bad. I don't remember if it was him. I remember so many celebrities falling. I can't remember if he was one, but I know he had several accidents. But I know they kept touring him the whole time too. I saw Ozzy in a couple of the Ozfests that they had, and it's like, man, they keep pushing him out there. Not like it's an energetic show, but the guy's up there, and we all know he's not incredibly healthy.
No, he's not. And even he'll admit it when he can remember it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I probably remember you mentioning that. Them singing makes me think I probably saw that on several different places. ESPN would have covered it, and E would have covered it. So if that wasn't a clip from his show.
Yep. And I do have a question for the Nerdportal life form. You've been saying, oh my God, we're breaking more ground. We're breaking new ground. Ever think about making that into a t-shirt? This t-shirt is breaking new ground.
It's an illusion.
I broke ground and all I got was this stinking t-shirt.
Yep. And hello, DJ Ronnie G. Welcome. So let's go ahead and get into this article, since we have a good group here and hopefully more come, and get into this right here from Variety. It was posted yesterday, the Ides of March 15th. And it's by Joe Otterson, and it says Star Trek Strange New Worlds cast Paul Wesley as James T. Kirk for season 2 of Paramount Plus series. I wonder. I just wonder if Paul Wesley has ever heard anybody say to him, "Shut up, Wesley." Come on, just try to add a little humor.
Maybe not to his face, but I'm sure that's probably a running joke on set with some of the guys.
Yeah. So
is this thing filming right now, or are they about to release it?
It's season 2 is filming right now. Season 1 gets released on May 5th on Paramount Plus.
Nah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's me. That's how I feel about it.
I haven't even started Picard season 2. I can't do it, guys. I tried.
I can't do it. I watched all 10 episodes of season 1, and I just said I can't go back and review this series. I wasn't even going to go back and review Discovery's season 2 or season 1. Heck, yeah. I reviewed season 3 of Discovery, and I can't watch any more of this version of Star Trek.
I think I quit in season 3.
And it does kind of bum me out, because I do like Q and I do like Guinan. And it just seems like this really seems like, and I've watched some interviews. I can't remember if I actually saw when Patrick Stewart asked John Delancey, but I did see when he went on Whoopi Goldberg's talk show and asked her to come back on the show. And it was really heartwarming to see that he still likes working. He still likes what he's doing. He's not seeing it the way we are, but I feel good for the guy, and seeing how much he really wanted to work with both of them again. it made me feel so good. And it's like, God, I wish the show could make me feel like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, like I said, I really enjoyed those characters. And I remember when Whoopi Goldberg joined Star Trek, I was like, holy crap, they're getting serious. Whoopi Goldberg on Star Trek? That's no joke.
Yeah, I
You
didn't
know,
think
and-
a star of her caliber would even approach Star Trek, but she did. She was the one that called up Gene Roddenberry and says, I want to be on Star Trek. And Gene Roddenberry thought it was a joke. But
Yeah, I
LeVar
think-
Burton was the pitch man.
Yeah, I just think that whole thing is so cool how that all came about and how that she really liked being on there. But yeah, at that time, that was still a time I was in the back of my mind. You're thinking, is she trying to kill her career? I mean, is she still going to do movies? Because nobody had really done the both film and series successfully yet, mostly because they weren't allowed to. But
Yep. So this article says Star Trek Strange New Worlds has cast Paul Wesley in the iconic role of James T. Kirk for the Paramount Plus show's upcoming second season. Strange New Worlds is due to premiere on Paramount Plus on May 5th. It was renewed for a second season back in January, with that season already in production. That's probably why they renewed it, because they were already filming it and they probably didn't want to have it just sitting on a shelf somewhere collecting dust. I don't know. I'm not a Hollywood insider. I have no inside information.
Have they given out information on how many episodes season 1 is?
I believe it's going to be 10.
Well, that's kind of a lot, because I was almost thinking, I wonder if they ended up with more episodes in the first season than they were anticipating, and they just cut it in half. But that's a lot. 10 episodes is a lot for that to be half of the season.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're stretching it out. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like maybe they couldn't tell the story in the first season that they wanted to complete. Every season has some story that begins and ends. So I'm wondering if maybe it just bled too much into, or too much wasn't finished, because they could still win the conflict or whatever they're doing and still have all this other stuff that the viewer is like, well, what about all this other crap?
Yeah, but I've got a good feeling, and go ahead and call me Mr. Obvious, but I have a good feeling they're bringing in Kirk because they want eyes on their show.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, they're going with recognition. Nobody's more recognizable than Kirk.
And the article goes on to say the show follows the adventures of Captain Christopher Pike prior to Kirk becoming captain of the Enterprise. Yeah, because Kirk was on the Farragut and the Republic before he came to the Enterprise. It says Wesley will appear as a young version of Kirk. He is now the third actor to play the character in a live-action project. Most famously, William Shatner played Kirk in the original Star Trek series, as well as in multiple films. Chris Pine has played Kirk in 3 Star Trek films to date, with a 4th on the way. And it goes on to say, Paul is an accomplished actor, an astounding presence, and a welcome key addition to the show, said Strange New Worlds executive producer Alex Kurtzman and showrunners and executive producer Akiva Goldsman and Henry Alonzo Myers. Like all of us, he is a lifelong Star Trek fan, and we are excited by his interpretation of this iconic role. It goes on to say, after the news broke, Wesley tweeted that he was deeply humbled and still a little startled about the opportunity to play James Kirk. He added that apparently by chance he recently sat next to Shatner on a flight to Los Angeles after Shatner's recent trip into low Earth orbit with Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin space shuttle. I could barely put 2 words together, but ultimately I managed to say hello and we chatted, Wesley wrote. I'm not one who usually believes in fate, but This was more than a coincidence. So thanks, Mr. Shatner, for the good company and for seating us together. My thanks to the great bird in the sky. Can't wait for all of you to see our Captain Kirk on your screens. Says Wesley is best known for playing Stephen Salvatore in the CW drama series The Vampire Diaries, on which he starred for 8 seasons and just over 170 episodes. His other TV credits include Tell Me a Story, 24, Army Wives, Everwood. He will next be seen in the feature History of Evil and has also starred in films like Roll Bounce, Peaceful Warrior, and Before I Disappear, the last of which he also produced. Goes on to say Strange New Worlds stars Anson Mount as Captain Pike, Ethan Peck as Spock, Rebecca Romaine as Una Chin Riley aboard the Enterprise prior to the events of the original Star Trek series. So, what do you guys think? Honestly,
I still don't know. I haven't liked what they've done so far, and I've tried to accept it. It just didn't make sense. It seemed like they were just.
So this is like a rescue show, right? Do you think? Like they're trying to rescue the Star Trek franchise with this? What they're doing?
I think that's exactly what they're trying to do, because they keep hyping the fact that it's going to be going back to the more episodic format that you saw in the original series and Next Generation. So I think that's what they're trying to do.
Do you think
they're still trying to find their Mandalorian show? They need a show that a lot of people like, whether it be new fans or old fans or some joining of the two. Mm-hmm. They need something.
Yeah,
that the fans just talk about.
It just seems to me like
they need a water cooler show. You know, they need the show everybody talks about after they watch it, or you know, they need that word of mouth press.
Absolutely,
they need something.
I think, like, you know, with any of these franchises, like so Star Trek, let's say Star Trek. If you give me Star Trek, and I'm not much of a profound. You guys know all the history and stuff like that, but I'm a dabbler and I'm fluent in the language of Star Trek. But I just think it's such a layup when you get something like this. When somebody hands you the reins, say, "Hey, make some Star Trek," I'm like, "All right, this is a layup," you know. And it seems like they're not doing layups. They're playing in the other court or something.
Yeah, I think you look at it like, well, yeah, it's a layup because we would keep it. We have the rules. We have the guidelines. We're not looking to go, oh, well, I wrote this other story. How can I adapt it in? You know, and that's what we're looking at it as. We would keep it as true as we could. And if somebody knew more, we would accept their intel. Like, yes, can you make my show better? Please help me. Tell me what I should do. You know, and they just, I haven't seen that, you know, it's that Kurtzman agenda. Whatever he's doing, these are not Star Trek stories. It's some story he had, and he's like, well, I'm going to make it Star Trek.
I just hope that they're not going to start making a habit, all these studios, of supplementing their BS with like one good show. You know what I'm saying? Like they're keeping the entire thing alive by one good show that everybody flocks to.
Yeah, just like the Mandalorian.
Right.
You know, the Mandalorian's a great show, but the Book of Boba Fett, I'm sorry, I have my issues with the Book of Boba Fett.
I think that No Way Home brought Disney back to the drawing board a little bit. They shifted their movies. They went back to reshoots, all that stuff. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's exactly what happened, but No Way Home is a Sony product, obviously, but it might have caused them to rethink their things. If they do something like this, how many people are going to Paramount for this? Because I probably won't subscribe, but I would. I mean, I'd like to check it out, but I don't know.
I don't know where you're coming from. You'd like to check it out, but you're not sure that you want to pay a subscription fee just to be able to check it out. You'd like to see, you know, something like a free preview of the first episode to see whether it's going to be worth it or not.
Right.
Well, that's what the trial things are for. I don't know. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they put them on there. Just the way they set them up, they make it so that we keep paying for it. But if you haven't seen any of these shows, if you wanted to watch any of them, I would suggest doing it on that subscription and then just mashing in as much as you can,
Yeah.
you know, in as little possible time, and then just get rid of it, because you'll get your curiosity out. I don't know if you were here listening when I was talking about that before, but I prescribe or subscribe to Paramount specifically to get those shows in the beginning.
Yeah.
And, you know, I like them a little more than most people, but I unsubscribed because there wasn't enough on Paramount to keep me there. I have some other ones that I'm much more happy with. And, you know, I mean, to be honest, I'm even more happy with the big D plus streaming than Paramount. So,
yeah.
Well, you know, getting to Disney Plus, now that they have the Marvel shows that were on Netflix on there, I might actually take the time to rewatch Daredevil again and also give reviews, since, you know, I've never done a review for Daredevil.
to be honest, all those shows they did, all of them were really good.
Yep.
And then people would just pick and choose which ones they liked better. You know, I like different ones than a lot of people thought. Jessica Jones was one of the better shows, and I felt like that was one of the ones I liked least of the four or five.
I think
it's five.
Yeah, I only like the first season of Jessica Jones. It kind of lost me on the second one.
I mean, I like the character. I just liked the other shows more. Yeah. I like, you know, I knew way more of Punisher and Daredevil.
Yes.
And
they brought
even Iron Fist. I knew of him from way back, and so I was happy with how that one turned out. So it was and Jessica Jones 4, and then what was it when they all came together? I forget.
Defenders.
The Defenders, yeah, and that was those were some dynamite series, man. Sure. They were really good.
Well, I know when I saw the Star Trek Discovery, or not Star Trek Discovery, when they were teasing that we may get this series. I guess it's been a couple of years now when they started hinting that we may get. Is it Anson Mount that's going to do Pike?
Yes.
Okay, so it's that crew that was with STD. What was it? Second season?
Yeah, it was the second season.
Yeah. So I followed all that. I watched those. I don't remember what I watched it on. I don't think I had Paramount. I watched it on something. But I was kind of excited for this. I was like, man, maybe we'll get away from this trash over here. They'll do something good. And so I don't know. I'll probably just see if you guys check it out. And if y'all suggest that it's good, then I'll probably check it out.
Yeah, well, it's like the other night when you and I were on Tim's channel to celebrate his 500 subscribers, and he showed the Moon Knight trailer.
Yeah.
That got my interest.
Yes.
Watching that trailer.
Yeah, that looks pretty good so far.
I think that's going to be their, like one of their better shows.
I'm hoping so. I've always known of Moon Knight because I read X-Men comics, and I collected, you know, the cards and stuff. So I was aware of who he was. Never read it, so I'm real interested in this show. But I have none of that stigma going in, like I only know the comic book stories.
Yeah.
And they better pay homage to the comic book.
Yeah, you're not a purist.
Yeah, I have none of that in my head, so it's really just me going in. Let's see what they can do visually and what kind of story they give me.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you and I going back and forth on Peacemaker. I didn't like Peacemaker at first, but then the more I watched it and I saw it improving each and every episode, I'm thinking, you know, this series isn't as bad as I was making it out to be.
Same here.
Yeah, that show just right from the beginning few minutes, and then I saw the opening sequence, their title sequence. I was like, okay, this show has already made me laugh enough that I'm gonna give it a chance. Because I'll tell you, I actually enjoyed the Suicide Squad movies, and I thought Peacemaker was a douche. That
Yeah,
guy
so
was
did
such
I.
an ass in the
Oh yeah.
movies. So I liked the interaction they had between John Cena and Idris Elba. I liked that made me laugh a lot, but I was not sure about this series at all. And then when I saw James Gunn was doing, I was like, okay, well, if he does the Guardians, I really enjoyed that. It's just kind of that off the wall humor. And the first two episodes, I talked with Mike about it, and they were definitely not as good as the rest of the series. But I could see what they were trying to do, and I just enjoyed each episode more and more and more all through it.
I saw that and I was thinking, wow, they could do a Deadpool on Hulu, rated
Yeah,
R.
they could.
They easily could. I mean, especially since, to be honest, everything we watched in the 90s on HBO could be on any streaming network these days. So they
Yeah.
could put anything they want on anything. It really doesn't. I don't think that is a factor as much as they make it out to be.
Yeah. For whatever reason, it's a stumbling block for them, man. But I definitely got those vibes. I was like, wow, Deadpool could be done if they really wanted to. Punisher should be rated R.
Mm-hmm.
You may have to tone them down if they do a little crossover with it, mix it up with the other Marvel characters or whatever. But obviously Wolverine should be rated R, stuff like that. But after seeing Peacemaker, kind of gave me heart that encouraged me to think, that yeah, we could get a Deadpool out of this. But Peacemaker is really the only HBO Max series that Warner Brothers has done for DC. Am I right? Or
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Titans, but that's kind of Arrowverse, or it's Greg Berlanti, I think.
Yeah, because this is the first series, and I'm talking about Peacemaker, that they actually gave someone else control as opposed to, the powers that be that were doing the Arrowverse.
Right.
And I'll give James Gunn more credits due. He did a good job.
I feel like it's better than the Disney stuff.
Yeah.
And I'll just real quick, I wanted to say that what I watched the Arrowverse. I enjoyed all those shows to varying degrees. And Daredevil, Punisher, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Iron Fist completely destroy what what Warner Brothers, CW, or whatever it is over there did.
Sure.
These hero series they did on Netflix then just are so much better than any of those shows. And put together, these are must-watch shows for sure.
Yeah, I would definitely return. I want to return and go through them again. I think I've watched Daredevil and Punisher twice.
And I'm almost thinking they're introducing Moon Knight now. I've heard rumors that Blade could work his way back in. So I'm wondering, I forget what they were called, but there was a comic book team. I think it was like the
Midnight Suns.
I don't know, but I want to say it was Punisher, Wolverine, Blade, and Moon Knight. Oh, it was I think they were called the Night Stalkers.
Mm-hmm.
So it almost, but I know I don't, and I'm not entirely sure if that was the exact team. But I know Wolverine, Blade, and Moon Knight were together. Punisher, it might have been another guy. But I was like, I would love to see that.
Oh yeah.
And, having this idea that they're pulling all this old stories and how they're kind of they might be leading into the Illuminati on the Marvel side with Doctor Strange and Professor X coming into the thing, and Moon Knight comes out of that storyline a little bit. And so I'd be curious, Disney putting those shows on makes me really wonder if they're going to invest some time in them. We're hearing all these rumors that these characters will be coming back and portraying they're the same people, but I would love to see something happen.
Yeah.
I want them to do it right, though. I'd hate to see Disney destroy Daredevil.
Oh, no. These are layups, right? It's all layups.
You hope so.
Yep.
In Disney, there were series as it was, and it's not Star Wars, so maybe they'll be okay giving it up to the creatives that were involved before.
Yeah.
They might not be as concerned because they're worried about Eternals and Shang-Chi and whatever else they're bringing out. That's going to be where their focus is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I saw the trailer for Miss Marvel, and it didn't do anything for me.
That's where I was at.
Here's what it did for me. Now the video game makes sense. That's it.
You talking about the Avengers?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a fan, like a fangirl of the Avengers.
Yeah, I mean, I followed the story enough. I only played probably a third of the game. But now that I see this show, I was like, oh, okay, I see what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're actually making this a legitimate new character.
Yeah, they're using tertiary characters, right? These are background, secondary characters that no one really.
This version of Miss Marvel, I think, is a brand new character.
Yeah, they've changed her powers up, where they're a different. She was stretching. She used to stretch, and she can make her big fist and stuff. Now it's more like a power, like a.
She does get a cosmic power at some point. And that's why I was saying, oh, the game makes so much more sense now that I see this trailer.
Yeah.
So it might make me go back, but I'll tell you, I'll give it a chance. But I'm kind of getting tired of these teenage drama, I feel out of place watching it.
Oh yeah, if they had their eyes on the ball, we would have got a reboot after Infinity Saga. Like right now, we would be starting on the new Marvel stuff, and they would go right into mutants already existing. We would get some X-Men versus like Avengers, maybe with Fantastic Four as central figures in that story.
Gosh, if they could so do X-Men versus the Avengers with Avengers team they'll end up with.
And then
since Hulk's not there and Thor's not there, and they could actually kind of compete with Falcon and Scarlet Witch and these. Well, see, I've been wondering about the X-Men introduction ever since Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver were introduced. I was like, they're not going to time to Magneto at all.
Right.
Nope.
No, they'd have to do a reboot to do it right, in my opinion. Like you'd have to recast and start over and start a new story with mutants in the mix that they already
if they do the multiverse.
Yeah, it's like
because I mean we're gonna get that Patrick Stewart Professor X.
Yeah, and Storm has been seen. Halle Berry's been seen with the hair like Storm here recently.
Okay, I totally can see all them coming back and doing it again, with the exception of maybe Hugh Jackman. But I can see all the other ones easily jumping aboard for that kind of project. I just think this is the time. If they introduce the multiverse, they can actually possibly do the X-Men right, finally.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, put together a team that makes sense chronologically. And, like I said, they could do an Avengers versus X-Men because it's superheroes versus mutants. There's always been a thing in the comic books between them. Kind of much how they did Civil War.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's so much stuff they could do with it if they wanted to, and then probably end with Galactus showing up, or like Silver Surfer showing up, and then they'd have to band together and fight Galactus or something.
Yeah, and getting back to Deadpool, apparently the director that they announced was really trying to get Hugh Jackman to come back and be a part of Deadpool 3, so we'll see what happens there.
Yeah.
I just think he did it so. I mean, he just worked his ass off lifting and just dehydrating and all this stuff to get his body to look that way. It's a shame. It's like maybe if he didn't do it so hardcore, he'd be more willing to come back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. We all thought he looked great. He pulled off that Wolverine look about as well as you could for not being a drawn. Like they didn't add things that they add to other people to make him look as in shape as he was.
No, he really fleshed the character out. He brought him to life on screen, and he'd be hard to replace. Like everybody would be comparing it. It can happen. I didn't think that Heath Ledger could be replaced as a Joker, and then I liked Joaquin Phoenix's performance. It was a different take, but I liked it.
Yeah, it was.
So it can happen. I mean, for me personally.
Yeah, anything's possible. It's just you have to have the right people at the right time making the film, and
Yeah,
you have to have an audience that's actually interested in seeing that film.
Sure.
So speaking of comic books and Marvel, and of course the X-Men showing up in the Marvel Universe, we have an article here from Variety, and it says Samuel L. Jackson. It's easy for directors to slam Marvel movies when people aren't seeing their films. And this is by Zach Sharf. It goes on to say, when asked on The View this week about filmmakers slamming superhero movies, directors such as Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola, and more have criticized Marvel films for disrupting exhibition. Marvel Cinematic Universe stalwart Samuel L. Jackson said, it's easy for directors to do so only because people aren't going to see their movies. Jackson has been a fixture of the MCU for almost 15 years as Nick Fury, a character he's next bringing to television on the Disney Plus series Secret Invasion. Right. And it goes on to say, movies are movies, Jackson said about directors criticizing Marvel films. Those are the movies that I went to see when I was a kid, and the artistry of making a movie is something that was a mystery for so long. Making movies is no longer a mystery. Kids know how to do it on their phones. So it's easy for directors to dismiss it only because people aren't going to see their movie. And it continues by saying, it's like we've been dumbed down, but that's always been the case, Jackson added. When we were younger, people went to see cowboy movies and they went to see superhero movies of another ilk. They had superheroes on television. When you told a serious story, yeah, you would find a niche audience. Same thing still happens. People go to the movies to make themselves feel better and to get out of their daily existence. Jackson concluded that people go into the big dark room to have a good time. It's a short good time. You laugh together and scream together. I still do movies that I would have gotten to see when I was a kid. Speaking to the Times last month, Jackson argued that superhero movies deserve a better shot at the Oscars. Not only that, but he encouraged the Academy to have an Oscar for the most popular movie because that's what the business is about. All movies are valid, Jackson said. Some go to the cinema to be moved dearly. Some like superheroes. If somebody has more butts on the seats, it just means your audience is not as broad. There are people who have had successful careers, but nobody can recite one line of their parts. I'm the guy who says shit that's on a t-shirt. Jackson currently stars in the Apple TV Plus drama, The Last Days of let's see. Plot Me Great. I'm not sure how to pronounce that first name, to be honest with you, which is now streaming. But, he's right. People go to see the movies that they want to go see. If someone wants to go see an historical document or documentary, I should say, then they're going to go see it. If they want to go see a comic book movie, they're going to go see it. Just because these directors are upset about not, making the money that they want to be making on these films, well, don't take it out on the comic book movies. Make a movie that people are going to be interested in.
Oh, yeah.
He is tired of these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane. I love Sam Jackson. To me, he is a fan of what he does.
Sure.
And I love this guy for that. What he says, what do you go to movies for? What do you expect? These are the exact same things we say to our friend when we go, oh yeah, I saw that last week, man, that movie was so cool. They're like, oh, that movie was gay. And you just slug them right in the shoulder. You're like, what the hell are you talking about? Did we see the same movie?
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like you get some of these people, and maybe that's the best word for them these days. We have worse words for them, but the Debbie Downers, they just love to be down. They love to hate on movies. And why do you think Sam Jackson made Snakes on a Plane? Because he wanted to make a ridiculous movie. He did not expect that movie to be taken seriously at all. And it's like a cult classic. I mean, of movies of that caliber, Snakes on a Plane does way better than Sharknado. Okay, I mean, it's just he is real, and I love the way he is in his interviews with people, and they're like, "What do you really expect?" I've seen so many interviews with Sam Jackson, and I like the more looser atmospheres where they're not looking to plug his stuff with every question, where he can just talk and be serious. Yeah. And he's like, he's even admitted, he's like, I saw him on something and he was like, he gets nominated for stuff and the host goes, oh, but it's a pleasure to be nominated. And Sam Jackson just goes, that's bullshit. And he says, that's a pleasure to be nominated. Anybody who says that's fucking lying, and it's just awesome. He's like, this is not a pleasure. He's like, you win. He's like, you don't win. He's like, who the fuck cares? You go home. Fuck it. Yeah. And he's just so great with that. It's like, yeah, exactly. Pleasure to be here. Why? I'm only coming because I was nominated and I think I'm gonna win, and then I don't win. I'd be mad too. I mean, it's like anything. He just he's old school real, and he just goes into jobs. Either they're gonna like me or they're not. Either they're gonna mesh with me or they're not. He seems like he tries to make the best out of every situation, and he tries to surround himself with people he enjoys working with. And him more than most, I definitely can say, I know he doesn't agree with everybody's views on every place he's worked. And then none of that even comes into play with this guy. I've enjoyed Sam Jackson since the time he came out. Just hearing he's in a movie will make me go see it just because of his reputation that he's built up.
Oh, yeah. And I think he would have like a Mace Windu return. It would be comparable to a Luke Skywalker, almost. It would high five it, to the Luke Skywalker last episode of Mando in season 2.
There's a lot of people that don't want to see that, but I tell you, I am not one of them. I want him back as that character.
Because we didn't actually see Mace die. He went out the window, but we never saw him die. How do we know he wasn't able to grab onto a car with one hand?
The thing I think of right away, it's like, well, yeah, he went out of the tower, but there's building below him. It's not, there's plenty of places to catch himself.
Sure.
You can't tell me he can't force push himself. We've seen people. I mean, the more you watch Star Wars, the more you see them use their force powers.
Oh yeah,
but
they use the
never
force.
believed that Mace died. I was like, okay, he caught something or whatever, Then it goes to show when Obi-Wan is falling, Anakin is not around him at first, but he's not panicked at all. He's just waiting for Anakin to come catch him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's if all you watch is the visual, movies, you have to know that. You see Mace jump off the balcony with his cape on fire and he's fine. You see them jump these huge distances. You think Obi-Wan jumped out after that little bot thinking he was going to die? No. There's a possibility of him missing that bot, though. That's still there, It's the Force doesn't mean 100%. He could still, something could happen and he still fall, but he's never really worried about that aspect. And I just think they are capable of doing things that we haven't seen all their powers for sure. Even the ones they use on a normal basis. We've only seen the powers of a few Jedi.
Yeah.
Yep.
And depending on what people use in habits and not habits, is, to be honest, I don't think we've seen Jedi fight with the Force as much as they could. They're mostly fighting with their lightsabers. I'd like to see somebody just own their enemy with the Force.
Oh yeah. But what he was like, it's not only directors that are saying this. I think Jodie Foster recently, like maybe not recently, a few years back or whenever, she was talking about how superheroes movies are ruining the movie business.
Mm-hmm.
And Samuel Jackson's right. Like Westerns were the thing, right? 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. So transition into the action age, right? Then we get our Rambos, Commandos, your Rocky movies, all the way up to, your Jet Lis and stuff. And then we transition nice and smoothly into superhero phase. And that's where we're at right now. I mean, you can't deny that that's what the kids want. They want superheroes. And he's right. Samuel Jackson's right. A lot of these directors, that's what he's talking about, right? These directors that are having a problem with the superhero genre.
Yeah, they're having a problem with the superhero genre right now because the superhero genre is what's making money. Yeah.
I just pray that they're mistreating it right now. But yeah, and also you see a lot of actors phased out because they are really pretty much just concentrating on superhero stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see like Will Ferrell anymore or Danny McBride or any of those people, the comedical side. They're rare.
Well, I think that kind of comedy they do is just, I think a lot of those kind of shows are laying low because they can, if it's not accepted, because I think they should keep doing the same comedy they've been doing.
Yeah.
But you can't, a lot of those movies can't come out right now. They will get ripped apart.
Yeah.
And then it's over and we won't be able to have them ever again.
Yeah.
So I just think a lot of those people, I mean, even the stand-up comedians, Dave Chappelle, if you watch any of him, he straight says it in his specials. The worst people I have to deal with are the fans. Not the ones that like him, that go and see his shows. It's the ones that hate him for no reason and don't go see his shows and then say he says this and that and all this. They're worried that what they can say can end them real fast. And that's so I think a lot of those movies, it's going to take a while to come back because the comedy, the stand-up stuff is just starting to come back. I mean, it never fully went away and it never was unaccepted. But I think I think that's going to be the first thing that lets us know society's barometer on what is acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, like when I saw the Dave Chappelle, like more recent stand-ups, I was like, wow, this is what we need. I mean, I'm not into the raunchy reveling and stuff like that. However, I can understand grounded in reality, and sometimes stuff like that is really what you need. The George Carlins, the straight-laced, uh,
Straight shooters.
yeah, straight shooters. They're actually telling you a form of the truth, and it hurts people's feelings. And I think you're right. Like, I don't know, I just noticed a lot of actors are vanished, and I'm like, when are they going to get hungry and start independent companies and start competing with Hollywood? Because there's a lot of actors that just seem to be out of business right now. I don't know if that has to do with these directors, like, I don't know, is it Martin Scorsese, I think was one of them, or somebody like
Yes.
that, Ridley
Yes.
Scott.
Ridley Scott was one of them too, and then Francis Ford Coppola.
Okay. Yeah. So but those guys are making a different type of movie, and I can see where they're upset. Nobody's showing up, they're not wanting that, I guess, but.
And from consuming stuff, I have seen a lot of comedic actors and stand-up. They are all going to podcasting.
Yeah.
Because it's their own channel. They can still do what they did before. They don't have to change their act or their personality. They still get their following. They actually reach more people. It gives them more information, where to tour and things like that, than what they were going off before. But that's where a lot of them are going. And I'm actually finding a lot of people that weren't working are now on podcasts. Like David Spade and Dana Carvey just started a podcast like a month or two ago.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And that is an awesome podcast. I love both of those guys, and they have so many stories and so many questions, and they're real fans too of the other people they have on, and the other people they've worked with. They were fans of, their craft as much as their coworkers. And those are the kind of people I like to hear from, because they give you more stories. You're not plugging anything. They're just sitting there having a conversation and telling stories and experiences and getting the other perspectives of the same experiences. And
they're reminiscing.
And I mean, we all know the big ones are doing it. Joe Rogan and Kevin Hart and all these guys, but even Tom Segura, Bill Burr, and Jim Gaffigan and all these guys, they're starting to really heavy into podcast. A lot of those guys have been doing it for a few years now, but that's why they haven't been around. They're making a very comfortable living doing podcasting.
Yeah.
And just waiting until they can tour again.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's like obvious, all this, what we're doing right now, this is like the next evolution in your Facebook or your Twitter. This is social media now, pretty much. Everybody's doing it. And but guys, I got to go to work in the morning, man. I hate to jump off.
All right,
man.
brother.
I'm having a good conversation, man. Did you lose Pat Wannabe?
Yeah, he'll be back.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I got to go to work in the morning, Mike. But I appreciate it. I wanted to come on here, man, and hang out with you for a minute. And
I appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, man. Yeah, swing by our channel sometime, man. My channel, whatever, if I'm streaming, and you're more than welcome. Come on, man. You too, Pat Wannabe.
Oh, thank you. I will look into
Definitely
it.
will
Sorry,
do that.
I jumped off there.
That's all right, brother.
Yeah, I'll see you guys around, and take care.
You too, brother. You have a good day at work tomorrow, too.
All right, thanks. Later, guys.
Later. So, Pat Wannabe, are you a wrestling fan?
I am. I got a couple minutes I can talk here. I just got to squeeze in somewhere before 8 o'clock, so I'm gonna have to split in a few minutes. But I did want to talk about this stuff. We're losing too many people too fast right now.
Yep. So I know you heard the news, and I am gonna play this clip. So any wrestling fans, you're being warned.
Hey yo.
Yes.
And what was the stuff with Kevin Nash?
Yes. Where would wrestling be nowadays without Scott Hall and Kevin Nash and the contribution that they made when they jumped to WCW back in 1996?
Yeah, that was probably the last time when I was really involved in watching it a lot, was during the wars. The years
Mhm.
before that, but the wars, and then when everything combined. So yeah, that whole era. To be honest,
Yeah.
each and every one of those wrestlers had such a big character role.
Oh, they did. They could put on a great performance. I mean, the moment they step from behind the curtain and they're walking down that aisle, the charisma, the machismo. You know, man.
You know, man.
Take a look at me,
Yeah.
Razor Ramon.
And he was
I,
even one of those guys that you just wanted to hate. He was a heel, and he did it good. You really did hate him, but you had to respect him, because it's like, God, man, you'd see him, you see them in interviews and stuff, and it's like, God, I hated that guy. Why is he so nice?
and then it gets to the point where whether the guy's a face or whether he's a heel. I mean, especially when Scott Hall debuted as Razor Ramon, he was a heel.
Yeah.
But he was one of those guys. He was the coolest guy on the planet, even though he was a bad guy.
Such
He
a
was the coolest
greaser.
guy on the planet. So, yes, Scott Hall, known as Razor Ramon, passed away Monday at the age of 63 after suffering 3 heart attacks over the weekend. This article comes from CNET and it's by Mark Searles. And it says Scott Hall, a Hall of Fame professional wrestler who performed in WWE under the ring name Razor Ramon. And he was also part of the Outsiders with Kevin Nash. I mean, who could ever forget Bash at the Beach when Hogan came out and, the formation of the NWO. At that time, nobody had seen anything like the NWO. Without the NWO doing what they did in WCW, there would not be a WWE. Because WCW basically kicked WWE in the butt and made them realize they had to change in order to survive. But it says Scott Hall, a professional wrestler who performed in the WWE under the ring name Razor Ramon, died Monday at the age of 63. Hall suffered 3 heart attacks over the weekend and was placed on life support. His family opted to turn off life support, and Hall died soon after. Hall began wrestling in 1984, but rose to prominence after signing to the WWE in 1992 using the ring name Razor Ramon. His character, loosely based on Tony Montana character in the 1983 Scarface, was a Cuban American heel or a bad guy. Soon, the Razor Ramon character became so popular with fans he turned face. Well, one of those things was having his matches against Sean Waltman, the 1-2-3 Kid. That's what helped him turn face. And it says his ladder match against Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 10 is often referred to as one of the greatest professional wrestling matches of all time. And it was also the first ladder match in WWE history. It goes on to say, but Hall's biggest impact was felt in WCW, a rival promotion to the WWE, or as it was known at the time, the World Wrestling Federation, WWF. His move there in 1996 heralded the beginning of the Monday Night Wars ratings battle between the two wrestling giants. Hall's switch alongside fellow pro wrestler Kevin Nash sent ripples through the wrestling business and kickstarted a new era of success for WCW. His on-screen faction with Nash and Hulk Hogan, called the NWO or the New World Order, was one of the most memorable and influential storylines in professional wrestling history, pushing the boundaries of what was possible in a televised wrestling show. Tributes from fellow wrestlers began rolling in on Monday. And we have one from, Big Sexy, Kevin Nash, also known as Diesel when he first came into the WWE. And he went on to say, I love Scott with all my heart, but now I have to prepare my life without him, said his former tag team partner, Kevin Nash. Then John Bradshaw Layfield said, always enjoyed being around the bad guy. One of the best minds and workers in the business. He and Kevin changed the business for the better. Rest easy, friend. We also have a tweet from Matt Hardy. Saddened to hear about Scott Hall's passing. The bad guy was always great to my brother and I. My thoughts go out to his family and loved ones. Then we have one from Jay Serrano. Razor Ramon was so cool that when all the Latinos found out he was actually a white guy, we were all still like, so what? We don't care. And just kept right on going. The razor's edge on each other into pools and onto mattresses. All Ego Ethan Page, who's currently with All Elite Wrestling, said Razor Ramon's influence on me is obvious. Yes, 100% because he is the coolest. But mostly because he was one of my dad's faves. My dad called me Chico. My dad flicked his toothpicks. My dad was my hero. Razor Ramon was our guy. Thanks for bringing me and my dad closer, Razor. As Hall once said, and I did put this in a tweet on Monday, bad times don't last, but bad guys do. And trust me, the memory of Scott Hall will last a lifetime and beyond that. And we lost another great one. Another guy who could go out there and entertain people. And yes, I know the stories of the politics behind the scenes at WCW, but without Scott Hall first going to WCW, then followed by Kevin Nash shortly after, who knows what the wrestling industry would look like nowadays. And speaking of which, I am going to go ahead and move on to another article about Scott Hall. Because, yes, as you have all seen on this channel, I do have some videos related to WWE events I've been to. I've always had a passion for professional wrestling. Say about it what you will. It's entertainment, and I've always enjoyed it. And I do want to say hello to Captain Trek. Welcome, Captain. So this article from Sports Illustrated says the bad guy Scott Hall made people believe in the magic of pro wrestling. That's because he had the machismo and the charisma. And that's the one thing you have to have in the wrestling business is charisma. You have to have that presence about you that makes people go, oh, I love this guy, or I hate this guy. And again, I'm gonna play the clip again. Whenever he came out during that first NWO run and said this, fans ate it up.
Hey, yo.
So it says, though never a world champion, the two-time WWE Hall of Fame inductee who died Monday at 63 was one of the most influential wrestlers in history. And this article is by Justin Barrasso, and it's just posted today. And it goes on to say, Scott Hall will leave a lasting impression on the industry he helped revolutionize. Bad guys don't live forever. An obvious exception to the rule, of course, will be Scott Hall. Hall died Monday as a result of surgery complications caused by a loose blood clot. Yet, right up until the very end, Hall was oozing machismo. He had signings booked for WrestleMania weekend this year, ready undoubtedly to show off that natural charisma and quick wit that helped make him an icon of the industry. The bad guy held an innate understanding of the magic of pro wrestling, one that has made his work stand the test of time. Hall's lasting influence will be central to his legacy. He brought a trailblazing style to his craft, reinventing the genre with a masterful display of pomp and bravado in WCW with the New World Order, interconnected for eternity with Kevin Nash. The Outsiders changed pro wrestling's entire scope and structure, as well as revisioned wrestling contracts. In an era when talent was continually underpaid, Hall and Nash changed that. To this day, that run with NWO remains timeless, aging solely in years. Known for a willingness to flirt with death, Hall was no saint. Yet he was a legendary performer in the ring, willing to accept an ancillary role to allow the show to reach heights otherwise unattainable. Champion for his ability to captivate an audience, a microphone in Hall's hand was equal parts dangerous and compelling. He never received the credit he deserved in between the ropes, but Hall was also a marvel to behold in the ring. Hall was an overnight success that took 10 years to materialize. It is easy to look at his success in WWE as Razor Ramon and to think of him as a made man in the industry, but he was brought in a relatively unknown heel challenger. And here we go. Can you hear me, Padawannabe?
I'm sorry. I guess I dropped off there. I can't hear you. I actually never didn't hear you.
All right. Yeah, because I seen that you had dropped off, and I was just waiting for you to be able to come back.
Oh yeah. As soon as you kind of, I heard the little stutter, and then it was like, oh, I'm kicked off. But then you got me back on. So that was super
Yep.
fast. I'm not sure. I'm on. It could be just because my battery's running low. It's not real low, but it's 30%. But I'm gonna plug it in. Shouldn't have a problem, hopefully.
But the
But
article was saying Hall was an overnight success that took 10 years to materialize. It is easy to look at his success in WWE as Razor Ramon and think of him as a made man in the industry, but he was brought in a relatively unknown heel challenger for back to back babyface champs, then reinvented himself as the hero. This was the plan all along, dating back to his run with the AWA, and this was an AWA that was post Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Bobby Heenan, Jesse Ventura, and Gene Okerlund, where he was positioned as the next Hogan that clearly never was to be. And it was a kiss of death for anyone attached to such label. Hall and Hogan did eventually become equals, though certainly not according to plan. Rarely does it work that way, which explains why pro wrestling cards, like any plans, are always subject to change. Instead, Hall bounced around the industry, desperately seeking his break. He had a couple of stints in WCW, more memorable for his failures than success. There were trips to Puerto Rico, Germany, and Japan, wrestling a diverse array of opponents that helped shape his unique style, especially as a big man. Hall was 6'7" and looked like a legitimately intimidating figure, but he also possessed a combination of athleticism, coordination, and agility. And it all came together in 1992 when Vince McMahon saw Money in Hall. Fans from that time Vividly recall those Razor Ramon vignettes introducing a new character into the fold. He challenged Randy Savage for the WWE title, giving him a credible opponent during a stretch when the company was losing monstrous heels from its golden days of the 1980s. He then did the same for Bret Hart, putting forth an entertaining match, one where Hart was lauded and rightfully so, but where Hall also played his part to perfection at the Royal Rumble in 1993. That became a theme in Hall's most significant matches, a hallmark of his greatness. Understanding the subsidies and nuances of the craft, Hall perfected the ability to highlight his opponent. He did that with Hart at the Rumble, then during a watershed moment with Sean Waltman on Monday Night Raw in the spring of 1993 when he was pinned by the Kid, instantly enduring Waltman to an entire fan base. Most famously, Hall wrestled Shawn Michaels in a ladder match in Madison Square Garden at WrestleMania 10, where Hall won the match, yet it was Michaels who climbed the next run toward becoming world champion. He was also a key figure in the infamous curtain call right in the middle of the MSG before departing the company for WCW in the spring of 1996. Remarkably, this all merely served as a prelude to his main act. Hall is synonymous with the NWO. He started the uproar with his first appearance on WCW's Nitro, interrupting a typical pro wrestling match, pitting the Mauler against Steve Dahl. A mere 90 seconds later, the industry had a new edge and attitude. Pro wrestling was immediately cool, even cutting edge, and the excitement that organically ensued is still trying to be replicated more than a quarter century later. Over the years, I interviewed Hall a handful of times on the phone and in person. Each time stood out for a different reason, whether it was sharing memories about Randy Savage, who Hall glowingly referred to as much, or explaining to me how Sting should have done a better job protecting himself in the WrestleMania 31 finish against Triple H. Every interview was a writer's dream, full of anecdotes and rich perspective. 7 years ago, I sat beside him during an indie show at the Suki Ice Arena in Winslow, Maine, sharing a small table with Nash and Waltman. I mostly remained quiet, listening to their stories, and I watched as Hall grew visibly frustrated over some perceived indignity from another wrestler on the show. It turned out to be a misunderstanding, but watching Waltman and Nash call Hall down almost like it was a six-man tag match is a sight I'll always remember. Another moment with Scott that sticks out is my trip to Atlanta to visit the DDP yoga headquarters. I had an interview set up with Diamond Dallas Page, and a couple of days before I made the trip, someone from Page's team reached out and asked me to take part in the morning's DDP yoga session before we conduct the interview. Paige's class was a real workout, and I went in the bathroom and changed it and tried to be somewhat less of a sweaty mess. As I stood at the sink, there was Hall towering over me, speaking as if he knew me and telling me that Paige asked him to meet with a reporter later that morning. And goes on to say, "That's me," I said, and reintroduced myself. We spoke about his son Cody, who was attempting to make a name for himself in New Japan with the Bullet Club. And Hall mentioned he was extremely proud of his son. During all of our interviews, Hall always made a point to highlight his son. We then moved into the DDP Yoga conference room for an interview with talk of yoga quickly replaced by Hall's legendary stories of the business. "I was the one," said Hall, "who gave Sting that crow gimmick." Yes, Hall uncovered the hottest gimmick of 1997, and it wasn't even his own. Okay, goes on to say, my first day back in WCW, we were in the locker room. Hall said, Sting at one sink, I'm at another. He's painting his face. I'm slicking my hair back. I notice he's growing his hair out. He's not doing the short bleach platinum crew cut. I just looked at Steen and said, you're growing your hair out. All I said was, yeah. Goes on to say, look, when he was the top guy there and I was underneath, we never had anything to say to each other. Now the tables had turned. I didn't know him at all, but I couldn't help myself. I said, are you still going to wear that happy guy neon tights? He said, yeah. Then asked, have you ever seen The Crow? I started describing The Crow to him, the raincoats, the darkness, and that's when I told him, I ain't telling you to rip off Undertaker, but yeah, I'm telling you to rip off Taker. Okay. In
That's
one
funny.
story, yeah. But see, you never know what goes on behind the scenes and how
Oh
gimmicks
yeah,
are started.
I enjoy. I mean, if anybody's wrestling fans, I would definitely say if you haven't done any deep diving into like behind the scenes interviews or just interviews of these guys on late shows or after they become wrestlers and they'll tour around to do promote a book or something like that, or even the books that they would release of behind the scenes interviews or true life stories of these things. It That stuff makes these guys so really show why they shined as a wrestler, regardless if
Hmm.
they were well liked or not. You could see why they had the charisma they did and got to the level that they did, and just they you realize that they it's really funny because they seem more like down to earth people than other celebrity types that I see in interviews.
Hmm.
And there's so many stories like this one right here. Like they'll say something offhand or on purpose, or like, hey, you should totally do this, or you hear these stories. Oh yeah, that gimmick that gave him so much popularity. Yeah, that was my idea, or it was like a joke at first, or something. There's
Hmm.
so many of those. It's so great to hear where some of this stuff comes from.
Exactly. I mean, I love listening to interviews with various wrestlers and their takes on the business, what should be done, what shouldn't be done, what was being done at the time, and why it worked so well, why it didn't work so well, and their whole time on the road, traveling from one city to another, sleeping in one hotel room and another hotel room, who they traveled with when they were on the road. Those are great stories. And the article continues by saying, in one story, Hall captured the brilliance of his entire career. A masterful storyteller, he made you hold on for every next word. And just like his wrestling career, where Hall was a multi time Intercontinental, United States, and Tag Team champ, yet never world champion, his focus was on making the story as captivating as possible. It was no different than his string of outstanding matches where his opponents received heaps of praise. Hall's focus was on creating the best content possible, which he did again with Sting's Crow gimmick. Sting went to Eric Bischoff with it, and he loved it. And they went with it, Hall continued. I didn't care if people knew it was my idea. I only cared that Steen knew. I know I could look across the locker room and say, what's up, man? I don't care if you like me. I had a good idea. And that was the way it was at the time.
That's great.
Yep. Hall's ability to hold a crowd or a reporter in the palm of his hands was unparalleled. He wasn't Steve Austin or The Rock of the Attitude Era or Hogan or Savage of the 1980s. He was different. Thinking of Hall's signature, "Hey yo," holds an emotional attachment in the hearts of wrestling fans. Hall did not want to play the bad guy. He was the bad guy. Along with Nash, he made it cool to be bad. Hall made people believe in the magic of pro wrestling. He still does. And not even death can change that. In a field where everyone and everything becomes imitated, Hall will forever remain an original, even in death. The bad guy lives on. And I hope you don't mind me doing my own little Razor Ramon Scott Hall impression. I'm doing it in honor of the man, a man who I myself watched growing up, and especially when he was in WWF, then when he went over to WCW, and then of course coming back to WWF in 2002 along with Hogan and Kevin Nash with the NWO, and then of course back in 2010 when Hogan, Hall, Nash, and of course the Nasty Boys, just to name a few, appeared in
Hollywood
Impact.
Hogan years.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And when they tried to reignite that in TNA at the time, and I mean, say what you will about pro wrestling, but when you become a fan, you're pretty much a fan for life. And yes, that was intentional.
I can agree with that. I think wrestling fans are that fan that they know exactly what their product is that they're consuming.
Mm-hmm.
And it just feeds itself just in a circle, even like I say, even the people you don't like, if they're getting that reaction out of you, that's the whole purpose. They're doing their job right.
Yep.
And Razor Ramon was one of those guys. He wasn't I mean, he was a bad guy. He was a heel. But it's like he easily could have been either side. He was just had that bad boy image, that kind of old school machismo. Is like, you're either going to like me or you're not, and piss off.
Yep. I mean, let's face it. How many of us, would have our remotes in hand, flipping back and forth between WCW and WWF back in the late 90s?
Oh yeah, we would get together at my friend's house, and they would, depending on the match, if it was worth watching. But as soon as the commercials would start on one, we'd have them all
Yep.
programmed in the remote control, flipping through all of them. But then they kind of started working together, so you would kind of watch one to feed into the other.
Yep, because that's what they did. They fed off each other. What one program was doing, the other program was trying to up their game, and one-upmanship was being displayed.
Because it's not like they were. I mean, they were different organizations competing, but it was also their shows competing. It's like, well, we can't compete with this show on this night, but our show on this night does better. So It was really like, okay, it was very apparent nothing could go. Couldn't lose WWF, couldn't lose ECW, couldn't use, and in any, there was like, I think there was 4 different, what was it? And
it was WWF, it was ECW, it was WCW.
WCW, that was, and then
than were, like you said, wasn't there like TNT or TNA or something like that wrestling?
Yeah.
They had a few guys that were pulling in just because they were trying, it was like time to recruit some new guys.
Mhm.
But yeah, I remember that. And, even I was surprised Paul Heyman made the cut just because I wasn't sure if him and Vince McMahon would be able to work together.
No, it was like when Eric Bischoff showed up on Monday Night Raw back in 2002. I wasn't expecting to see him ever show up because I didn't think those two men could put aside their egos and work together. But it's the wrestling business. You have to put aside your ego. I mean, heck, look at how many times people have left, the WWF, WWE, depending on the time period, and come back. A lot of guys have done that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, not everybody's transition was clean. There was a few exceptions in there. RVD, one of the real exceptions, because he came from the least known of the wrestling industries and became one of the more popular wrestlers. But there was several members like that, and it really worked out well for them. And I'm glad that it wasn't. None of those particular organizations were corrupted enough that they wouldn't work together. I mean, WWF brings the numbers, brings the money, but clearly the talent was coming from these other smaller wrestling companies.
Yep.
And yeah, Razor Ramon was right there in the beginning. I mean, you said 92, and it's like, gosh, that's right around when I really got invested. I mean, I was invested as a kid, so during the 80s, but then there was a couple years when I wasn't. I started paying attention a little to other sports. But then in the late 90s, you start paying attention again.
Yeah, because, I mean, I'll admit it. There was a time I fell out of wrestling after the rock and roll wrestling period. I would look at it occasionally, but I wasn't completely invested. I, would watch it every now and then. So I knew who Razor Ramon was. And, he started to get my interest back into wrestling and seeing what was going on then. And then, of course, it leads up to what happened, with him going to WCW and all that. But, you never quite leave wrestling, even when you stop watching it for a while.
No,
There's
yeah.
always going to be
If you've
something to
been
bring
a
you
fan
back.
of it, if you've been a fan of it for any run of your life, it's something you can't. You may not know all the current wrestlers, but you're aware a little bit still.
Yep. That is true. But Scott Hall will be sorely missed. And speaking of more wrestling news, I don't know if you're familiar with these two particular gentlemen who are multi-time Ring of Honor champion, but the Briscoe brothers, them boys. Well, apparently Warner Media is blocking AEW's attempt at signing the Briscoe brothers due to anti-gay marriage remarks that they made in the past. This is by JB Augustine. It was posted just today. It says, you may not have heard of Mark and Jay Briscoe, but the sibling tag team is a pair of the hottest free agents on the indie wrestling scene. And it goes on to say,
I have heard the name. I can't say I've seen them. They might be a little too new for me to know what they've done, but I'm getting very much a Dudley Boys theme off these guys.
Well, they've been in Ring of Honor since 2002, and Ring of Honor was just recently bought by the head of All Elite Wrestling, Tony Khan. So
That's just
we'll
I
see.
just didn't know that particular, reign. You said Reign of Honor.
Hmm.
Yeah, I have no idea about them. That's the first I've heard of them. I don't go too deep. My wrestling has always been, very what the networks have shown me.
Hmm.
Even the ECW and WCW, I didn't really know about them at all until I got cable. And as they got more popular, I was definitely not aware of the underground, mainstream beyond WWF at the time. I was not aware of that stuff.
Well, I can understand. I mean, for a time, the only thing I knew of was WWF. I didn't know that there was another wrestling promotion until I got cable like you one year, and you know, you're flipping the channels and you see this show called WCW. So you're watching it and you're going, "Hey, I know who that is. Ric Flair.
Yeah,
Yeah, he used to be in WWF."
yeah, you saw a lot of. That's when I started going, wow, this is where Bobby the Brain Heenan and all these old guys that I wondered where they went. I was like, they couldn't have just stopped. It's not like they retired. You didn't hear of them retiring and stopping, and that they just weren't in WWF anymore. It's more they just get cycled out. I think WWF just introduces and gets lucky with so much good talent that it's like you have to go, okay, who do we have to cut? You just can't smash it all. You can't smash it all in forever.
Mm-hmm.
Because even at the end, Ric Flair is not the flashiest of matches. We're not talking high octane, huge, high flying spectacle type wrestling, but he still drew the numbers.
Yep, that he did, and give him credit where credit's due. As he was getting older, he was still able to wrestle.
Yeah. Well, a lot of those guys, I mean, like I said, Bobby the Brain Heenan, if I had to really start remembering, but it's like, gosh, I'll bet all those guys, once they left, that's probably where they ended up. Because I think I remember, I want to say like Ravishing Rick Rude might have showed up there. And like
Yeah, he did because
who was it? The $1 million wrestler, Ted DiBiase.
Yeah, Ted DiBiase showed up, and
yeah, that was really crazy for me. Watching all those guys were the new guys, and then to see him go away, and then to see him show up again.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it was just a time to be alive as a wrestling fan.
Yeah,
to see all those guys show up.
I'll have to say the 90s and those early 2000s really were just, honestly, it was every sport. Even football was going nuts, basketball was going nuts, baseball, wrestling, everything was just on. Sports was was true entertainment through like all across the board.
I mean, that's what sports is to me. It's entertainment.
Well, yes, but I mean, like, there's certain things. Oh, we all see the things, the numbers going down, or And I'll say the '70s was a great era, and the '80s was a great era for wrestling, but it was not like what when the Hardy Boys and NWO and that whole generation that came, after those, I mean, gosh, honestly, like 10, 15 years of just solid ratings, just off the wall sellouts, and just, and what, like 3-4 shows a night, they were easily, wrestling was one, if not the most popular enough to start the XFL.
Yeah. Not once, but twice.
You know, and I think that could work. I just think it needs somebody that can concentrate on just that, you know, because he's obviously still running WWF.
Yep. And this article goes on to say for 2 decades, their fans have been wondering when or if they will be signed by one of the two big companies, especially now that Tony Khan, owner of All Elite Wrestling, pulled an unexpected gambit and bought the brothers' home turf, Ring of Honor, lock, stock, and barrel. That purchase gives Briscoes a direct line to AEW, but if you're asking yourself when they'll appear on All Elite programs such as Dynamite or Rampage, the answer is probably never. Fightful Selects reported this is due to an unnamed higher up at Warner Media having the ear of Khan since Dynamite and Rampage air on Warner Brother affiliated Turner Networks. As such, the higher up is barring the Briscoes from being signed by Khan because of comments Jay made in 2013 when his and Mark's home state of Delaware legalized gay marriage. Before facing an outcry and deleting his Twitter, Jay tweeted the following on the issue: "Try and teach my kids that there's nothing wrong with that, and I'll effing shoot you." Yeah, he probably shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
Regardless
I mean,
of how you feel, there are certain things you probably shouldn't say.
well, that's
And I
just
know,
people's filters these days. There's no, like, I don't know when it stopped, but companies and individuals used to have a PR team, you know, and they kind of trained them. Okay, we're going to go live. Don't mention this, do this, say this. If you get this, try and lead out of it. And it just seems like that has been non-existent for a long time. There's nobody telling, or not telling, but there's nobody advising them even, hey, maybe we should rewatch that video before we send it out.
yep.
You know, and it's too much impulse, and you say what you feel, but I can totally see why WWE would be not wanting to affiliate themselves strongly with these guys. Just because WWE has a lot of ties to movies and networks and a lot of stuff. They have a big image they need to keep clean. They cater to children. That's the
Yeah,
one
they do.
thing.
That's
You
their
know,
audience now.
there's always been violence in wrestling, but there's never been bigotry or racism or anything like that. You know, there's no negative real world problems in wrestling.
The only time you would see real world problems brought into wrestling was during the Attitude Era.
Well, yeah, and they would make those real world problems personal problems between each other. You know, and that was kind of just so they had more smack talk, more ammunition to go with what they did. And it was all comedy back then too, you know. Yeah. And I just, with things the way they are, like we've said it a couple times, things are real sensitive right now, and they have to reintroduce almost everything, you know, and wrestling's one of those things that is a real sensitive area. Kind of always is, but at a time like this, it can be really sensitive.
It always has been. I mean, there were things that went on, back in the 70s and early 80s that, people were like, what? They're doing that at this show? I mean, I realize it's shock value, but
yeah, clearly
times are changing.
Any interview you see with any wrestler, they have all performed more times than not in illegal venues, or something's not up to snuff. And that was very, very normal. And for them to know things could break on them or things are not the way they should be and still have to do what they're doing, because they're not small men. That's a lot of weight being thrown around. Lots of things can go wrong.
Yeah, and there's very little padding in that wrestling ring. I mean, very little. If you've
Yeah,
ever seen,
I just wanted to mention this real quick, but I don't know if you've seen. We've all seen weird things in wrestling. If you watch long enough, like I'm sure you saw it on video somewhere, but like a spotlight like hit the ring, like fell in the ring while somebody was doing their monologue, and it's like,
Mhm.
yeah, you never know.
No, you don't.
Sorry, you go ahead. I did not mean to cut you
No,
off there.
that's all right. Like I've said, Pop Talk, there's plenty of wiggle room, and somebody has something they want to say, by all means, please say it. You're welcome to say whatever you need to say, and we have our opinions, and you bring up good points, especially when it comes to the wrestling industry.
As that, when again, I hate saying this so much. When we were growing up, I need to think of a different term. In the era that we watched religiously, it just was very TV friendly. Cable helped them reach other places, I think, but the
Mhm.
network stuff was really where they were making their big money. And having, there was others before, but Rock really opened up the door for, if you're good on camera wrestling, well, maybe you could be a good on camera all the time. So there's just more wrestlers getting TV stuff, not necessarily work. But when The Rock went on Saturday Night Live one of the times, they had like half a dozen other wrestlers on with him. They weren't in
Yeah,
all
that
the
was just
skits, but they did quite a bit on there. And it was like, God, these guys are so awesome. And none of these guys get along in the WWE stories, but they're all doing this and probably having a great time. But it was like Big Show, Triple H, Rock, and some other guys. Like, wow, these guys, I can't believe you like their characters when you watch them wrestle. It's like they don't even want to touch each other, or unless touching involves beating the crap out of each other.
Mhm.
It's just
Yeah,
so great.
when that first appearance on Saturday Night Live happened, you know, it was a ratings success. It literally was a rating success.
And
More
gosh,
people,
they all are so funny. But The Rock,
Yeah.
the skits that they had him do were just hilarious. And this was back when he still had hair, I think, right?
Mhm.
So I
Yeah.
mean, he was just getting his acting chops. He hadn't really been considered for much, if anything, at that point. And it was just really great to see him have fun, knowing people are going to look at him like, oh, The Rock, he's just that quote unquote dumb wrestler. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because a lot of Saturday Night Live fans, I can easily see them looking at a wrestler. Oh, really? How are they going to host this show?
Yeah, because Hulk Hogan never had that opportunity, and Macho Man never had that opportunity. Ric Flair, the list goes on.
Yeah. So I just think things changed then, and then it kept going, kept going, kept going. Big Show had roles in movies, and other wrestlers did too. Nobody did it as well as Rock, but John Cena's kind of picking up some steam as getting a lot of airtime. And these guys they don't fit that mold. I guess that's what I'm trying to get down to. They don't fit that child friendly mold. Do they fit the underground wrestling mold? Yes, completely.
Oh yeah. The indie circuits, they love guys like the Briscoes.
But yeah,
And
they just
there's
need
a
a
lot of
good.
good wrestlers who have come from the indies and made it big in WWE.
They just need a good PR agent.
Mm-hmm.
And that, realize that you're not selling out just because you change. And, you're not changing who you are. You just don't need to talk about everything.
Mm-hmm. Some things are best left unsaid.
There's all these things that people, I'm not racist or bigoted against. Well, I can't say I'm not bigoted. I'm bigoted against. I have no problem with anybody or what they want to do with their time or anything like that. I just, when the situation usually comes up when you're working with people, and it's like, if you're not going to keep up, move. Don't slow me down. Let's just keep going. That's the only problem I have with people. And it's either, I don't know what it is, how to describe that, but it's like, hey, I have this speed and I can't move slower. I can't, nothing personal. It's like that with these guys. They need to kind of play the game.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're happy and independent, then cool, because you get a good following. Some people are quite happy in that kind of realm. There's quite a few musicians that there's no way they can make radio songs, and they choose not to, but they still are quite popular. So, I mean, if this is what they're choosing, then cool. I just hate to see good talent that people would be really excited to see not seen.
Yeah, and it's really a shame because these guys are capable of putting on a great tag team match, great singles matches. But if a company doesn't want you to sign this company because they're the ones that are allowing you on the network, it also says a lot of things about the power that particular network has. Because I'm going to tell you this, having watched AEW several times and enjoying the product sometimes, and then other times not enjoying it so much, I'm going to tell you, those are hardcore wrestling fans, and they would eat up the moment that the Briscoes make a debut in AEW. They would go absolutely off the chain. The roof would figuratively come off of the building. That's how loud the cheer would be if these guys showed up.
Well, we've all seen the bad boy type tag team do super well. I even remember way back in the day, I knew the Hart Foundation they were heels. They were bad guys. But I liked the Hart Foundation as a tag team. I liked them a lot, man.
Yep.
And they, and Dudley Boys and, well, the British Bulldogs were more of the good guys. But even like the Hardy Boys, they have that bad boy attitude, although they were not bad boys. And there's a lot of those tag themes. And I guess it's really just the point I was making before. It's like there is definitely a market for what they're offering, and I hate for them to not. It's almost like they're shutting the doors before they get there. It's like, oh gosh darn it, wish you wouldn't have said that. But okay, what are we gonna do to deal with it? And I don't know. I'm confused on this one.
Well, I mean, it's a damn shame. I mean, when you look at the product that is AEW, it is more edgy, like I've said, than WWE's product right now. WWE's more kid friendly, while AEW is doing things that WWE used to do. And that's why I'm saying the AEW fans are the more hardcore fans. They want to see these guys take risks. They want to see the women take risks. And the women in AEW bust their ass, if not harder than the men. And I think it is harder than the men.
Well, the women do
but
have
just
to
as
work
hard.
where they have to work a lot harder, I think, because going back to something we mentioned before, watching wrestling as kids and wanting more, and there was really only it was WWF back then. But I remember if you as a child, you stay up earlier, get up, or stay up late, one or the other, sometimes both, and get up in the morning and you watch a lot of shows you don't want to, but I would stay up late, and I knew it was a horrible, horrible example of wrestling. But there was a show called Glow, GLOW.
Yeah, the gorgeous ladies of
Yeah,
wrestling.
you got it. It was a horrible wrestling, but that's what the women wrestlers have to fight out of.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
I'll
they
give you an
really have to
example
show
of
their
someone.
talent.
I'll give you an example of someone who was actually a part of that organization, and she proved herself in WWE, and that was Ivory. She was one of
Oh,
the gorgeous ladies of wrestling who actually came to WWE and busted her ass and became women's champion multiple times.
you know, I might remember. I might remember that. It's been a while, but yeah, I remember those characters from that, and I realized watching as a kid that, oh, this is totally for men, kind of to get their rocks off, so to speak. I understood that. I was a kid. I was just watching it for wrestling, and it wasn't great wrestling, but the characters were still there. They were
Yep.
trying, and that was my first dip into, oh, there is other wrestling organizations. Granted, this was a Vegas show kind of thing, but
Yeah.
and then later on seeing, and you mentioned another one, AEW. Yeah, I remembered them a little bit too. It's like, God, there was so many that were really trying to make, they were like, it was the opportunity. WWF has opened the doors and it's so big. People don't like WWF because it's so big. So maybe we can, make a name for ourselves. And they really did. So just frustrating to see these guys. And I mean, there's so many people that do this now.
Yeah, there's
That,
so many independent wrestling organizations, but getting back to the article that says the two self-described God-fearing country boys found themselves in a bit of a bother at the time over this comment. And it goes on to say they and Ring of Honor, acquired by Sinclair Broadcasting by then, issued formal apologies, and the scandal lay dormant for the time being. Although there are wrestling fans that continue to hold a grudge against them boys. Excuse me. Jay and Mark stayed with ROH up until the promotion went on a hiatus last year, months before Khan's big purchase, and went on to set the record for the most tag team title wins. Jay, meanwhile, as a single star, ascended to the main event and got to represent the company as their world champion twice. Despite Jay's accolades, despite the accolades, sorry, Jay's tweet apparently wasn't forgotten and didn't go unnoticed at the very top of Warner's hierarchy. It goes on to say, this is unfortunate when the Briscoes are the current Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions, capturing the title at the event Final Battle in December, and are building a feud with one of AEW's top teams, FTR, for a match that fans have been yearning for. Excuse me. Sorry about that. It's also a tad hypocritical when Khan was willing to book Mike Tyson and a controversial deathmatch wrestler Nick Gage, both of whom possess criminal histories. Gage bloodied actor David Arquette in a hardcore no rules match. Arquette agreed to wrestle him when the actor decided to return to the ring for the first time since his polarizing stint in WCW, where he won the world title. The Briscoes were supposed to defend their titles at ROH's next scheduled pay-per-view, Super Card of Honor, but those plans are on hold thanks to Khan's acquisition. What direction he takes the famed indie promotion is yet to be determined, though it's theorized he will use the 20-year-old tape library to help him ink a streaming deal with HBO Max. And, we've already discussed our thoughts on how we feel about it. And it's just a damn shame that because of Jay Briscoe's remarks, that's going to prevent the Briscoes from making their debut in what can be considered a big time company. I mean, they're number 2 behind WWE, but they're giving WWE competition, something it sorely needs because it's been sorely lacking that competition for years. And I wouldn't really consider TNA, heavy competition because they were never really getting to WWE's level. Yes, they did try to compete with WWE on Monday night, but that effort was tried and failed. So it's just a damn shame that another fan favorite tag team will never get their time in the spotlight.
Yeah, this is really, when this gets out and then whoever's running the company, they're just like, oh, jeez, why did they say that? There's just, we were building up steam and these were the guys that were going to take one of the, if not the guys, some of the guys that are going to take us into what we're trying to get to. And this, like, to have your meal ticket just implode, I guess would be the more appropriate term. Just so unfortunate. I just know those whoever, executives, public relations, whatever they're dealing with, advertising, they're just all pulling their hair out right now. And I mean, honestly, what I think the company, the organization needs to kind of try, not rein them in, but have a serious talk with these guys and say, hey, you really can be some of our iconic guys. We need you to work with us. Will you work with us? And just, at least throw the olive branch out there. I don't know how it works, if they even try to negotiate after something like this, or if they try to do damage control, or if they just like, well, they're not affiliated with us. We, you know what I mean? Yeah, there are wrestlers, but we're under contract. We don't, how they say, whatever the individuals say does not reflect what our organization does, blah, blah, blah. Companies need to bring that back and see if they can save face instead of just letting things lie. They're just going to let this happen and probably nothing, whatever happens is going to happen.
The thing is, Ring of Honor and the Briscoes issued an apology when this happened in 2013. They thought it was done and over with, but the thing that a lot of people forget, when you make a tweet and you post it on Twitter after hitting send, that tweet never goes away, even after you delete it.
And this is the time right now that this is the fad, anything you do, kind of like, I like you now, but maybe next year, if I'm digging around and I find something you did 10 years ago, I might ruin your career, I mean, that stuff that's a whole different discussion, but still they should even, reach out, work with them. Let's at least get a word out. Let's get a positive response. Hire somebody good. What are the words we need to not say? You know what I mean? There is a way you can phrase things to make the public believe your sincerity. Whether you're sincere or not, the public may or may not believe you. But there are phrases and things that you can say and do that can build that back. And we'll have to see if they try to do that. Because you know too. This is God. That's a slug in the arm, man.
It is, and again, it's up to the head honcho at Warner Brothers Media to, make the decision. Although it sounds like he's already made his decision, and that decision
Yeah,
is no for the Briscoes to ever appear on their broadcast channel on
yeah.
AEW.
And that's kind of the public admission of, okay, we were involved with them, and now we're not saying it, but we're putting the ball in their court. What they choose to
Mhm.
do with it, we'll see. And whether they choose to take the ball and run, or maybe they try to work with us and pass it back, and we'll just have to see.
Yep. So the next article I'm going to read comes from Bounty in the Comics as well. It's by Spencer Bacali. It was posted just yesterday. It says Halo TV series to completely change Master Chief's character, focus on Quan Ah for human perspective. Okay.
Okay, first off, I'll initial. I know Halo. I have not played all the games. I have not played a game all the way through. I've played several of them partially. I know the story and junk like that. If from right now, my initial thought is change the character. You just said that, so it's obvious they're going to do something very dramatic. They have to keep it out of the game timeline. They can't have him be in the games one way and have his character. If these series episodes come out anywhere in between any of these games, it's not going to make sense. And that's how I feel as my initial thought from an outsider. I don't hate Halo. I just was a fan of another franchise at the time. I know about Halo a lot. Believe me.
So the article says, hot off the heels of the controversial announcement that the series protagonist will be unmasked for his upcoming Paramount Plus debut, the Halo TV series has revealed that not only will their version of Master Chief be a near completely different version of the iconic character, but that heavily advertised teenage female lead Quan Ah will be a focus of the series as she provides a human perspective on the story. These upcoming details regarding the upcoming live action adaptation of the Bungie created sci fi first person shooter franchise were first touched upon by the Paramount Plus 343 Industries head of Halo Transmedia, Kiki Wolfkill, who serves as an executive producer on the series, showrunner Stephen Kane, and Master Chief actor Pablo Schreiber. During a recent interview given to Den of Geeks' Megan Krause, at the onset of the interview, Wolfkill explained that to Krause that the team had decided to set Halo in a new silver timeline, similar to the concept to J.J. Abrams' Star Trek film series, Kelvin timeline, in order to allow them the opportunity to make changes to the franchise's original continuity and lore. Well, from what I've heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, but from what I've heard, Halo is being produced by a branch of J.J. Abrams, so it could end up being like Star Trek Discovery, and that's not a good thing. From the very beginning, it was clear that in order to let the story evolve and grow the way it needed to, in order to really go deeply into these character arcs, we would need to make some changes, explained Wolfkill. She continued, sometimes it was even just a perspective change. Sometimes it was something you just didn't get a view into from the game, or even the books. We knew we needed to let the story breathe on its own. At the end of the day, it comes down to being able to make moment to moment decisions, she added. Wolfkill elaborated. Every day there were decisions to be made about, do we do something exactly as it's done in the game, or are there good reasons to do it differently? And if so, how do we keep it true to the spirit of Halo, but at the same time, keep the voice of all these incredible creators coming through? According to Krauss, one such example of a major change made to the series lore is the historic fall of Reach, the Covenant attack that wiped out most of humanity's Spartan soldiers, at least until 343 Industries got to work on the series and left the Master Chief as one of the last, if not only surviving result of Earth's super soldier ambitions. In the games, this event happens prior to humanity's discovery of the first Halo ring. However, in the series, Fall of Reach has not yet occurred, most likely as a way to allow the production to feature more Spartans. It says, you don't want to just tell the game in television form, Kane said, of the Silver Timeline approach. You want to have a conversation with the material. The game has been around for so long. The canon is not only deep but wide, he asserted. There are opportunities to dig into canon and find characters that were only hinted at and stories only half mentioned and dig in and invent new stuff. The discussion that turned to the topic of the series, principal cast, but more specifically, it turned to Yuran Haas Kwan Ah, an original series character whose juxtaposition of her hatred of Spartans against the necessity of fighting alongside the Master Chief will serve as one of Halo's main narrative focuses. It goes on to say she has an animosity against the Spartans, Kane told Krauss. She begins as our eyes on the Spartans, what we expect them to be. As she learns more about them, her ideas will change, but she stands on her own as a character on our outer planets who feels she's meant for something else. Okay, it says, following a massive tragedy, Kane further noted, she's off on her own and has to discover what her true purpose is in the galaxy. The other thing we get from her is a very human perspective on the Spartans and these events and all these large scale elements. With Kill added, Quan is a grounded human perspective on that, which I think is definitely unique. She then explained that though the show's creative team was fully intent on deviating from established series canon, 343 Industries still held a writer's boot camp to both familiarize them with its concepts and events, as well as explore how to connect viewers with Halo on a personal level. For me, the boot camp really had two levels to it, she recalled. What does Halo mean, and what's the emotional resonance of Halo, and what are the core values and deeply seated aspects of Halo? These are at the very heart of anything we do, she continued, regardless of war or making sure weapons are named correctly or look the right way. There's a very basic understanding of what Halo is about and why it means certain things to certain people. Why, after 20 years, do we have the fans and the audience we do? As for Master Chief himself, that's okay. Kane asserted that his backstory would be one of the elements to be changed in the series. Jump from video games to television, changing Master Chief from a highly indoctrinated super soldier, brutally trained from childhood to fight on behalf of the United Nations Space Command to a mindless. I hate it when these ads pop up.
Well, crap.
It's just another example of Hollywood not sticking to the source material.
I just don't,
I don't.
understand why. I understand his points and what he's saying and being able to, but why not do that where you can do it? Why do they have to rewrite it?
They don't. That's the thing. They don't. You can still introduce a human character and get that human perspective, but you don't have to change the character of Master Chief. Leave the character as it is.
I'd almost, from the description, it almost seems like he'll have a starring role, but this other person's gonna be there like just as much screen time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another example where you have this titular character. I mean, I know it's not called Master Chief, it's called Halo, but still, you have this character that everybody expects to be the star, and there's another character that takes, first and foremost, the big step in front of that star, takes the spotlight away. That's what it seems like. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to watch the series.
I mean, especially if you're gonna introduce another person into the story as a main character, then why change Master Chief? If you're not even concentrating on Master Chief, you know,
Why even call it Halo?
well, I mean, it's why they would call something Star Wars. If they put it in the Halo universe, I get it. I will understand, but it'll be weird for people to see Halo and not have Master Chief as the main thing, because that's what we relate to Halo. Star Trek, there's many characters. Star Wars, there's many characters. Halo, it's Master Chief and Cortana.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like I said, I didn't play it enough, so I don't know if there's any other characters that people get attached to, but it's not like the other ones.
I'm sure there are characters that are introduced, but the main character of this game series is Master Chief.
As it like, I'll still give it a watch if it's on something I can watch it on.
Yeah, it's gonna be on Paramount Plus.
But now it like the beginning, you hear about it, it's like something exciting. Now it almost feels like homework.
Yeah, it feels like it's gonna be another show worth skipping. And of course, I know you're probably aware that William Hurt passed away the other day.
Yeah. I'd keep mentioning this to people in conversation, and it's just, regardless of the people we're losing between the ages of 50 and 70 that are kind of going a little early, but it's like these next 20 years are just gonna, for the, us closer to middle-aged people, we're gonna like everybody we've ever seen and everything.
Yep. And
But they gave me great memories. I'm very happy that I lived in the era that I lived in and got to see all these people.
Yeah. And this article is by Brent Lane and J. Kim Murphy. It says William Hurt, who became a top leading man in the 1980s, winning an Oscar for 1985's Kiss of a Spider Woman and starring in The Big Chill and Body Heat, died Sunday, of natural causes. He was 71. Hurt's death was confirmed to Variety by his friend Gary Byrne. His son, Will, said in a statement, "It is with great sadness that the Hurt family mourns the passing of William Hurt, beloved father and Oscar-winning actor, on March 13th, 2022, 1 week before his 72nd birthday. He died peacefully among family of natural causes." Hurt was nominated for 4 Oscars over the course of his long career, scoring 2 Best Actor nominations for Broadcast News and Children of a Lesser God, and a Supporting Actor nod for less than 10 minutes of screen time in A History of Violence. He was one of the most heralded performers of the 1980s, becoming something of a cerebral sex symbol and a reluctant, albeit bankable, movie star. Hurt later transitioned into character roles in the 1990s and successfully alternated between big screen projects and television, scoring Emmy nominations for his work as a whistleblower in Damages and his portrayal of Treasury Secretary Henry Paulson in Too Big to Fail.
Oh, come on. Where's the Hulk reference?
More recently, Hurt became well known to a younger generation of movie lovers with his portrayal of no nonsense General Thaddeus Ross in 2008's The Incredible Hulk. He later reprised the role in Captain America Civil War and Avengers Infinity War, Avengers Endgame, and Black Widow. Hurt was born March 20th, 1950, in Washington, D.C. His mother, Claire Isabel, worked at Time Inc., and his father, Alfred Hurt, 1910 to 1996, was a career bureaucrat working for the United States Agency of International Development and the State Department. His parents separated when he was 6 years old, and his mother remarried Henry Luce III, the son of Time magazine publisher Henry Luce. Raised in relative privilege, Hurt went on to attend Tufts University, where he studied theology before moving to Juilliard to study acting after appearing on stage. Hurt secured a lead role in Altered States, playing a troubled scientist in Ken Russell's offbeat film. Notable entry in the body horror genre, but a year later, Hurt achieved a new level of prominence, appearing opposite Kathleen Turner in Body Heat, a steamy noir that updated the kind of treachery and double crossing seen in the likes of The Big Sleep and Double Indemnity. With embracing sexuality, it transformed both performers who positively ignited on screen into major stars. Hurt followed with another lead role in Gorky Park and was part of the ensemble of The Big Chill, a drama about a group of friends reuniting that became a touchstone for the baby boomer generation. It's getting late. That was all the lead up to one of the most stunning periods of dominance ever enjoyed by a movie star from 1986 to 1988. Hurt was nominated for 3 consecutive Best Actors, Oscars, winning for his portrayal of a gay window dresser in Hector Benko's, I don't know. The Kiss of the Spider Woman. Roger Ebert, writing in the Chicago Sun-Times, praised Hurt's work, crediting him with creating a character utterly unlike anyone else he has ever played. A frankly theatrical character, exaggerated and mannered, and yet he never seems to be reaching for effects. His Oscar-nominated work in Children of a Lesser God and Broadcast News, playing a teacher at a school for the deaf and an affable, slightly dim-witted newsman, showcased his range. The commercial and critical success of those films rocketed Hurt to the A-list, but he didn't seem to relish the celebrity. It's not right that my privacy is invaded to the extent that it is, Hurt told the New York Times during a 1989 interview. I'm a very private man, and I have the right to be. I never said that because I was an actor, you can have my privacy, you can steal my soul. You can't. Perhaps it was that aversion of notoriety that led her to continue some major movies over the course of his career, with the actor passing on opportunities to star in the likes of Jurassic Park and Misery. His time in the spotlight also coincided with a period of personal trouble for the actor, one in which he struggled with drugs and alcohol. I was utterly miserable, and finally, I had been miserable enough, long enough, and I said, I'm finished. I can't hack it, can't do it. Hurt told the Washington Post in 1989, remembering the time before he went to rehab. A relationship with Marlene Batlin, his co star in Children of a Lesser God, was troubled. Matlin later wrote in a memoir that Hurt was emotionally and physically abusive to her. In a statement at the time, Hurt, through a spokesman, said, my own recollection is that we both apologized and both did a great deal to heal our lives. Of course, I did and do apologize for any pain I caused, and I know we have both grown. I wish Marley and her family nothing but good. In 19 Okay, let's see. It goes on to say the 1990s proved to be a less fruitful time for her professionally. He earned raves for his work in The Doctor as an arrogant surgeon who undergoes a change of heart after experiencing health struggles. But other films such as Second Chances and Until the End of the World failed to generate much attention. A rare attempt at popcorn entertainment in 1989's big screen adaptation of Lost in Space was a modest hit, but didn't earn enough money to spawn a franchise, and Hurt looked miserable throughout the movie. And yes, I do remember him in Lost in Space because I actually like Lost in Space.
I used to
He
watch that as
also,
a kid.
yeah, I watched the TV series and the movie. He
Yeah,
also,
go ahead.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I've always remembered that robot, and
Mm-hmm.
I have a name relation, not direct, but to the show that Danger Will Robinson. So I mean, I've always kind of known that throughout my whole life, but the robot and back then it was like that robot actually got cameos on talk shows and things like that too. It was hilarious.
Mm-hmm. He also appeared in the TV mini-series version of Dune, in Steven Spielberg's AI, Artificial Intelligence, and in M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. As the odds dawned, his blonde hair thinning seemed to settle into life in supporting roles, scoring scenery stealing turns as an urban spy in The Good Shepherd, a demanding father in Into the Wild, and most memorably as a sinister mob boss in A History of Violence. His role in the latter film, in which he admits to his hitman brother that when mom brought you home from the hospital, I tried to strangle you in your crib, was a masterclass, is doing a lot with a little bit of screen time. Hurt was married to actress Mary Beth Hurt from 1971 to 1982 and was married to Heidi Henderson from 1989 to 1991. So we also have another story here. I'm not going to read the whole thing, But basically, social media revives sexual abuse accusations made against William Hurt immediately after his passing. Of course, those allegations were while he was with Marlene Matlin. But the article goes on to say, and this is by Spencer Piccoli, it was posted yesterday. In the wake of the late actor William Hurt's recent death, social media has left to revive the accusations of physical and sexual abuse previously leveled against the Academy Award winner by ex-girlfriend and fellow Oscar honoree Marlee Matlin. Goes on to say, perhaps best known for his award-winning role as Luis Molina in Hector Benko and Leonard Schrader's Kiss of a Spider Woman, and his recent appearances as General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross across the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Hurt passed away on March 13th, and a statement obtained by Deadline. Okay, already read that. Let's pretty much get down to the nitty gritty. Okay, so
the guy's gone, and they got to try and slander him.
While many reacted to the news of Hurt's death by offering their condolences to his family and celebrating his career, others turned their attention to Matlin's accusations of abuse, the first of which was made by the actress during a 2009 interview with Access Hollywood. I always had fresh bruises every day, she said. And if I had a split lip, or if there were a lot of things that happened that were not pleasant, I was always afraid of him, but I loved him, or maybe I thought I did. But look, I was 19, he was 35. Hurt responded to Matlin's accusations the very next day, writing in a statement provided to E! News. My own recollection is that we both apologized and both did a great deal to heal our lives. Of course, I did and do apologize for any pain I caused, he added. And I know we have both grown. I wish Marlee and her family nothing but good. Matlin further detailed her alleged abuse in her 2010 memoir, I'll Scream Later. According to the actress, who at age 19 met the 35-year-old Hurt while starring in her Oscar-winning role as Sarah Norman in Children of a Lesser God, the actor routinely subjected her to a bevy of physical and sexual abuse during their time together. Recounting the supposed incident that broke the camel's back in regards to their relationship, Matlin wrote, I don't remember when or how the fight started. What I know is that I have never been so scared in my life before or after that day. The struggle turned violent. I was afraid I might not survive. I pulled myself free and ran to the phone. Before I could say anything, Bill yanked the phone out of my hand and slammed it down. She continued. I knew I couldn't let myself go back ever. I was terrified for two reasons. We would, in all likelihood, fight again, or just as bad, I might not have had the strength to leave. With Matlin in mind, the aforementioned individuals reacted to the news of Hurt's passing by not only reviving her accusations against him and describing them as established fact, but in some cases even openly celebrating his death. I wish headlines could be more like, yay, Marlee Matlin's rapist finally died, said Stephanie Mikus, our writer for Short Times Billions. And 5x5 Creativity wrote, he was a remarkable actor, but when I heard he died, all I could think of was the bruises on Marlee Matlin. Want to be remembered well? Live better. And then more, everyone is effing cheering and crying about William Hurt, who is credibly abused of rape and abuse of Marlee Matlin, criticized a lot of large fish. So basically, what people are doing is they're going after the man because of the accusations. And, you know, even by reading these two articles, it's like, you know, one side remembers it one way, the other side doesn't remember it at all. So you don't know what the truth is. You don't know who's saying they don't remember what. Meanwhile, you got Marley Matlin saying, you know, one thing. You just got to take it, you know, as it comes. If I don't know if it's true. I wasn't there. I'm not saying it wasn't true. But to attack somebody after they've died, you know, that's just low. That that's just freaking low. And yes, I do apologize for not having the proper story on the screen. But, you know, if he did, well, he should have faced charges for it while he was alive. If he didn't, well, I don't know. I really don't know what to say in regards to this, except you don't speak ill of the dead. You just don't. There are certain things you don't do, and that's one of them. Regardless of what kind of person they were, you don't speak ill of the dead.
And that's, you know, and we're looking at it the wrong way because we're looking at it. Media's looking for headlines. They're looking for views, for hits, for whatever the terminology you want to put on it. They always have. Newspapers were in it for the headlines, for the money. How many papers can we sell?
Yep.
And then it turned to network. So it's the same game. I just wish, you know, they just need to. These problems need to be addressed. This is domestic violence. This is sexual assault. Everything that's been around for as long as we have known any of these industries. And we need to start addressing why is nobody talking sooner? We need to figure out how to stop it. Either side. Look at it from stop him from stop somebody from doing the aggression, or stop from somebody from thinking it's okay to take it. And maybe they deserve it, or whatever they're thinking. The problems just need to be taken care of, you know, and this is just another one of those things. I'm comfortable with as much time that has passed now that I'm willing to talk about it. And then it's the people deciding that they're going to take this headline and run with it and over something else. You know, it's just a negative. We've seen it with every celebrity they can do it to. If there's dirt to bring up from the past, they will. You know, even, you know, there's few and far between celebrities, whatever industry they're in, that don't run into problems with being a celebrity, but beyond that, with drugs and alcohol. It's too ingrained in the industry. Music, movies, TV, just anything where money is available on that level. And then, you know, so things happen. We all know. I know my whole life that there's way more than we're hearing about, just because we've all heard stories of the family down the street, or the aunt and uncle that nobody really knows the real story. They just sweep everything under the rug. Or, you know, whatever relative or person you know or thing you've heard of. This was not an uncommon thing through the decades. It's always need to be addressed, but we're looking at it from the wrong perspective. We're looking after the fact. We're looking to create hate. Even though all this stuff was said good, let's put all this stuff at the end. I get it. I understand what they're trying to put across and the points they're trying to make, but it's an old article. If anything has shown us the past 2 years is bringing up old news causes confusion and misdirection and false solutions.
Mm-hmm. That's all that ever does. All
Like you
right.
said before, Hollywood bickering. That's all.
Yeah. So, one last article, and then we'll be finished. So let me get it highlighted. And yes, this does focus on the Star Cruiser.
I have not talked about this at all to anybody.
All right. Well, this article comes from Screen Rant, and it says Disney is struggling to book rooms, and it's $5,000 Star Wars themed hotel. Well, sorry for laughing, but there you go. There's the answer right there. That's why you can't book a room, because you're asking too much, Disney. That's why people are looking at that price and going, nah. I have better things to spend $5,000 on than a themed hotel. With tax season coming up, we have taxes to pay, we have car payments to make, house payments to make, get food on the table. Pay
This is
electricity bill.
they're marketing to the wrong market, or they're marketing to the wrong demographic. They are marketing to new fans, but new fans don't have the money. Not for another 10 to 20 years. If they want this to make money now, they need to market to the fans that can spend money now. Which is us and our kids. I'll spend money giving my child a toy that I would have loved to have for sure, and have an interaction. If I don't have children, I have nieces and nephews, cousins, and steps and all kinds of stuff. But I have always looked forward to being able to interact with a younger generation with my collections. And does not give me that feeling at all. This gives me the feeling that if I had enough money to spend and my child loved Star Wars so much, I might think about this. As an older fan, I am not interested in taking my children or my wife or anybody I know to this. There's nothing in this that says my Star Wars. And I have a wider range of Star Wars than some. But this still doesn't even scream out to me. Especially at that price. I would expect a much more interactive, and those rooms are crap. You're not going to give me a suite? I don't believe at all. The room alone, I am flabbergasted at how it looks.
I've got to say, I've seen many a video from the Star Wars themed hotel, and I'm not impressed myself. It doesn't look like something that's gonna, have a long-term lifespan to it. It might work well for a couple years if they can, get people to book rooms, and that's a big if. But I don't see this lasting very long. I can see them, taking it and retheming it to the original trilogy, or even
I
the
was,
prequel trilogy.
if they made it, even if they made it like the sequel trilogy, if you could have old Luke and old Han and Leia walking around, they're older. It's not the Star Wars I remember, but it might change my mind a little. If you at least included your whole idea, but they're not even offering enough, in my opinion, to call this a Star Wars themed hotel.
No.
They should have all kinds of interactive opportunities, and every meal should be a show. Like maybe not an interactive dinner, but a dinner with a show. I mean, I don't know
Well,
how many people have been to Las Vegas and seen Pirates of the Caribbean, the show that happens outside that's for free. But Disney isn't offering anything like that spectacle, and they're wanting this much money.
well,
And I just,
even when you do get to go to dinner, and you have that character Gaia, I think that's her name, but the Twi'lek saying while you're at dinner on the second night, the First Order invades, and I've seen videos where people were at dinner and they didn't even get to take a bite of their dinner because they're all no, you gotta go, It's like, no, I'd rather sit and eat dinner. Paying $5,000 to stay here, I'm going to eat every bit on this plate. And the interactive part, it's okay, but I don't want to be put on a schedule. And I'm just speaking on my personal preference. If I'm going to pay that much money to stay at any hotel, then I want to be able to go in and out on my time, not someone else's time. And DJ Ronnie G brings up Treasure Island. Yeah, I remember going to Vegas when Treasure Island first opened. And you know how, because I don't know if they still have it with COVID and everything, but they had the pirate ship out in front of the hotel. And, I think it was every half hour or something like that, maybe every hour, every other hour, they would have a pirate show on this pirate ship. And at first, the hotel, caught people's attention, but then it got to a point where people just weren't staying there, at least from what I could tell.
well, yeah, every so often you have to revamp it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, last time I went to Vegas was a long time ago, but they had just demolished a couple of the old casinos, and they were already planning on demolishing a few more because they were renovating. They were going to make new versions, and that's gonna be what you're gonna have to do. But like I was saying earlier, they just did not even sell out into their own idea. There's just not enough. There's, and
Not with the way
like you were saying, the schedule. Totally see that. So why don't they make it more like shows you can attend at certain times? Whether you go or not is up to you. And then they can continue to the interactive thing that while you're looking around at whatever's on the ship, I don't know what they're going to have on the ship, but while you're doing all that stuff, the interactive stuff where you happen to see Ray or the stormtroopers walking through or interacting with the people, that should be like a bonus thing. Like, oh my God, they do this also? Not the main attraction. It's not enough.
No,
There should be many planned big things, 2 or 3 things every day. And like I was saying before, around dinner there should always be, or all the meals, if there's a scheduled meal, there should be a scheduled show.
Mm-hmm.
And like you were saying with the time schedule, it's like, yeah, have an itinerary. Whether you go or not is up to you. There should be a lounge where you can go and get away. Like if you were on a Star Cruiser, there would be there'd be somewhere you can gamble. There'd be somewhere, a bar. There'd be a place you can just watch stuff or lounge. You know, there's gonna be this. If it's a Star Cruiser, I would expect to have everything that's on a cruise or a first class flight and all kinds of more stuff. And they just don't seem like they offer as much as, why wouldn't I just a 5K hotel stay at some of the really nice places would be like a week or two. I would love to spend a week or two away at some place and be totally pampered, schedule massages and have food all the time and room service and everything. And you're not getting any of that on this.
Yeah, and some people, $5,000, that could be the entire total of their trip somewhere.
Oh yeah, for sure. And especially if everything's going up so bad right now, is that price even going to stay the same?
No, it's going to go up even more. But
They
if
gotta fuel the moving truck.
Yep, putting people in that box truck to Galaxy's Edge. But it says Disney World's latest Star Wars attraction, the Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel, is reportedly struggling to attract bookings for its $5,000 rooms. This is by Nathan Graham Lowry, published 2 days ago. It says Disney World's latest Star Wars attraction, Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel, is reportedly struggling to attract bookings for its $5,000 rooms. Galactic Star Cruiser sees guests taken aboard a starship from the Galaxy's Edge Park. The attraction opened to guests of the park in early March, taking place within Galaxy's Edge sequel era theming. Galactic Star Cruiser sees guests of the Florida park board the Shrandella Starline's Star Cruiser Halcyon for a 2-night cruise across the galaxy, departing from the Batuu-inspired Disney World Park. Guests can see themselves immersed deeper in the Star Wars universe, taking part in lightsaber training and sabacc games while sampling food and entertainment inspired by the franchise. Or for more adventurous fans, they can take part directly in the First Order Resistance conflict, choosing a side during their journey and forging their own Star Wars story. Though early reviews praised the Galactic Star Cruiser immersive experience despite a lackluster story, the hotel is reportedly struggling to attract bookings. Goes on to say, as reported by the San Francisco-based SF Gate, the hotel, which has a capacity of 100 rooms, has been shown to have plenty of vacancies throughout the 2022 availability calendar. According to the original article, almost every day of the second half of 2022 from August is available for bookings. The hotel also has bookings available throughout June, July, including many weekend dates. While the experience has received predominantly positive reviews, the attraction is struggling to attract many bookings beyond the initial few months of opening. Galactic Star Cruiser has not been free of controversy across its development and opening. In December, Disney deleted a scripted promotional video for the attraction amidst widespread criticism from fans of the franchise and theme parks. The video featured a walkthrough of many of the hotel's attractions by Walt Disney Parks Imagineer Ann Morrow Johnson and the Goldbergs' Sean Giambrone. Following its release, the video quickly received numerous dislikes on Twitter and YouTube, with users commenting to criticize the hotel's quality and Jim Brome being chosen to take part rather than a celebrity with closer ties to the franchise. A later video was released in early March, which saw Oscar Isaac, who starred as Resistance pilot Poe Dameron throughout the sequel trilogy, attend the attraction, with the actor reacting positively to the hotel. While the video's backlash was followed by Galactic Star Cruiser cancellation, it is likely that the hotel's current troubles come down to the cost of the attraction. Not only do the hotel's 2 night stays cost between $5,000 or $6,000, depending on the number of guests, but this is also on top of the possible travel costs from attendees outside the U.S. Walt Disney may currently hope to recuperate the cost of construction and development of the Star Wars themed hotel as soon as possible. It could be possible that the park adjusts prices and packages to bring in future interest if necessary. Well, they honestly, they never should have constructed it to begin with. That's just my opinion.
Well, yeah. Like I said, if they would have even sold out to the prequel idea, I can't say they would have recouped their money, but they would have at least enticed more people,
Mm-hmm.
because it just doesn't feel like it feels like they're trying to give you a space cruise, a sci-fi cruise, and we're going to sprinkle in a little Star Wars. You know, they could, like, even if, okay, you get these tickets, each member of your family gets a lightsaber, you all get a $100 gift certificate for Star Wars merchandise. When you leave, you can buy it online or whatever. They could throw in a half a dozen perks like that, and it still wouldn't be worth it.
Mm-mm.
That's the thing. I just keep thinking, gosh, I'm getting married later this year, so it's like, $5,000 would get me a wonderful honeymoon, or I could get a kind of mediocre hotel trip.
I'd rather go for the former, not the latter.
Yeah, it's like you just think of, with that much money, how much if you went to a quote unquote normal hotel, and with that kind of money, you could go to a very good hotel, probably 4 or 5 star, and get the ultimate treatment. Like I said, all the stuff, just getting pampered, and you could probably see as many shows as you wanted and buy all the souvenirs and clothes and everything you wanted, and still have $1,000 to gamble, depending which state you go in, or take $1,000 home. But that's kind of the whole point, is it wouldn't cost $5,000 to have a super luxurious weekend. And $5,000, gosh, that would be like a week or two. If you really, you wouldn't, I'd be happy staying in a 3-star hotel. You know what I mean?
As long as the hotel's clean and, provides a
But
bed for me to sleep in and a shower to shower in,
yeah,
I'm good.
if I was planning on spending $5,000, I would like at least me to be able to get food whenever I wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because even food at Disney World isn't cheap.
Oh no. Just like going to the movie theater, everybody knows you take a jacket with a lot of pockets.
Uh-huh. Or, some movie theaters, they've gotten to a point where they don't even check people to see if they're bringing stuff in.
They really don't. I've never tried to overload, but you can always take like a box of candy or something in. Nobody really cares. I was trying to be super obvious. But yeah, any of that stuff is just they need to make a product we want. Movies, TV series, streaming services, whatever, theme parks, everything. You know, they need to make something we like. And you know, like I was saying, this Star Wars Galaxy Cruise, if they really went, even if they went full board, you know, sequels, if they integrated it like a theme park, you'd have more people thinking about it. I mean, this place is on a cruise ship. You can't have rides. There's not a swimming pool. There's not, you know, and that's what I was meaning earlier is like, I would expect everything that's on a cruise to be on this ship and so much more.
Well, this
Because
quote unquote ship, I don't know if you've seen the exterior of it, but the exterior looks like a bunker. You drive up to it, you know, get to the front door, and the thing looks like a bunker.
Yeah, it's all an enclosed experience.
Mm-hmm.
And Disney knows how to do this. Space Mountain was one of their iconic rides forever. And it was like underground roller coaster basically. So you can't tell me Disney doesn't know how to give you an experience not out of doors. They just didn't do enough. You know, it's like I just can't believe that there's not more available. That's all you're giving them.
Well, that's the thing. Imagination is something they used to pride themselves in. Now, they don't have any imagination.
I mean, you can even really play into it, you know. How much would it cost Disney really? I mean, this wouldn't cost anything this part. But you have people sign, you know, look over the thing and say if they want to be involved or don't want to be involved in things. And it can even be like, it's dinner time. So what we're going to do is we're going to send stormtroopers around to everybody's door and say it's dinner time, please report. And people who don't want to be involved aren't involved. But they can make it easily more interactive. And it's not. Like you were saying, the imagination is just not there. They're giving us a wooden roller coaster in the age of magnetic trains. You know what I mean? It's just, what are you doing?
Yeah, but sometimes you can't beat a good wooden roller coaster.
Okay.
No, really. You go to some of the older ones.
I'll admit it.
that are still running. I mean, I know there aren't very many, but you get on one of them and you feel each and every roll, each and every bump, but it's what makes it the experience.
Yeah. Okay, bad analogy. I get it. Yeah, they're not giving us as people they're not giving the fans who want to spend money things to spend money on. Even when, as just a Star Wars consumer at large, when I look at something just as simple as the Star Wars Legos, the only things I'm really excited about is the helmet series. A few ships, but I don't feel the need to get all the new stuff at all. It's just not compelling enough. But that old stuff is just so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody wants to buy the new stuff of any franchise right now. They want to see more of the older stuff because the older stuff reminds us of when that franchise was good.
And I'll fully admit that with the Master of the Universe series with the toys. Like I
Mhm.
watched the new series, but I want to buy those old retro looking toys. Those I really, it's like, gosh, I can't not get even a few of the main people. It was such a big part of my childhood, and to see those
Mhm.
retro toys be reproduced, it's just like, oh, it's so great. I'll easily spend my money on those over the toys from the other two series.
Yeah.
See, and that's what that company did well. They catered to the different generations.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Mattel. They used to have the Masters of the Universe Classic series that you could either buy online or be, part of their subscription service. And every month they used to mail you a figure. And it was done completely inspired by the old He-Man toys, but of course these particular figures had articulation.
Oh, that'd be amazing. I never knew anything about those, darn it.
Yeah, it's one of the things I have. I just never grabbed them for the collector stream that we had earlier this month because I wanted to give everybody else time to show off what they had, and I didn't want to grab too much where it's like, okay,
Oh,
Mike,
yeah, I get it. I was
you,
just so that stream. Oh God, we could have a stream just talking about how fun that stream was.
hmm that was fun. That was a lot of fun, and again, like I was saying, I wanted to make sure that I gave people, you know, the time that they wanted
Hmm.
to talk about the things that they collected. And I didn't want to go, oh, but guys, I got this. Oh, guys, I got that. No, it's not all about me. When I have a panel, I want to make sure that my panelists have the time to talk as often as they want to talk.
Yeah, and
You can
I
even come on
totally
the
appreciate that. That's so awesome.
you can even come on the panel, and if you don't want to talk that much, and you just want to be on the panel, that's fine. I still might, say, hey, how you doing? Yo,
Well, with this new way we're doing things, I'll admit I depending on whose stream, what channels I'm watching, you can be in the chat, and it's like, God, I don't feel involved in what the streamers are talking about at all. Like there'll be several streamers and they're all having their conversation, which is great. But then the chatters are all having a different conversation. It's like I'm trying to talk to the streamers.
hmm
I love the
well,
interaction there, and that's what I was trying to. When we talked about the idea of that stream, it's like everybody shows their collection, but I wanted to go. I didn't want to not let anybody show their stuff, but it was like, what's beyond that? We'll see everybody's collection eventually.
well, even when people come into the chat, even if we're, all talking, I don't want to interrupt anybody and go, hey, so and so is here in the chat. So that's why I try to make sure I highlight their names so they know that I'm aware that they're there. And it's my way of acknowledging them, even if
Nope.
I don't
Yeah.
say
Oh,
anything
that's
verbally.
good. Yeah. Well, sometimes depending on what the chat is talking about too, because they may just be saying hey, and those aren't necessarily things the panel needs to be talking about.
Yeah.
I get all that. They're just it's like, hey, thanks for you put it up, you shouted me out. That's awesome. But it's like I love being involved in the conversation, and that's why I like the live streams more than the videos that people do, because it's right now that
hmm
converse conversation inspires my thought a lot of times. So it's like you don't want to have a crowd of people, but if I have a few people in the conversation, because you start remembering things, you're like, oh yes, I totally remember that, and oh, you made me think of this other thing, and without those other angles, you don't always come back to those same thoughts by yourself. And
No.
I love this pop talk here because it's like, oh, like I said earlier, it's like my old e-news. It's like, oh, I
hmm
get a little bit of everything that I care more than normal about, and it's like, oh, this is just it's I enjoy this a lot. I think people are missing out, to be honest. I enjoy this um not genre, but this perspective on entertainment a lot. The not so nichey, we have to talk about this particular thing every time, all the time. I love talking about my stuff, but I like a lot of stuff.
Yeah, me too. And that's why even on this channel, you'll see me talk about multiple topics. I don't just designate my channel as the channel where I give you my Chicago Cubs game recaps. I don't designate it as a channel where, I give you episode reviews or movie reviews or just simply gameplay. I give you a channel where I try to give you every aspect of me so you can get to know me through that.
That's smart because it spreads out your content and gives other
Mhm.
people what they want. I mean, nowadays, why not put it on?
Yeah. There may be somebody who's not a fan of baseball, not a fan of the Cubs, but maybe they like hearing my take on the game. There may be somebody who's not even here because of my channel. They might be here because of somebody else who's on the panel. And they're watching and they're going, you know, I like this. I like that so and so is doing this. It has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with who's on the panel. That's how I look at it. And that's why I try to make any panelists feel comfortable, even if I've never spoken to them directly before. I want everybody who comes on the panel, everybody who comes into the chat room to be comfortable. And if I go on a rant about something, just know I'm giving you the truth. I'm giving you my perspective. We may not agree. That's fine. But at least you're getting my perspective. At least you're knowing where I'm coming from. It's like, you know, on April 9th, I'm going to have a live stream where the whole topic is going to be talking about pro wrestling from the past, the present, and what we think the future of the pro wrestling industry is going to be. And one of the topics I want to hear people talk about is their experiences going to live wrestling events. I want to hear everybody tell their story. What was the first event you went to? What was your favorite event you went to? What was your favorite house show, pay-per-view event you went to, or favorite moment that you watched on TV? This, that, and the other.
Yeah, I took my brother to a couple, and one of them we actually did see. It was China's very last televised match.
Okay.
She came out with the big. It was almost like a headdress thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, I didn't realize it was her last match until a little later, when you don't see her anymore. And then she retires and stuff. And it's like, wow, can't believe that. We
Mm-hmm.
actually got to see some, and the few matches that we got to see, and they weren't big pay-per-view matches. Like we went and saw SmackDown and Raw, probably one of each or one of them a couple times. But if you've ever been to those live events, I don't know how the pay-per-views are, but when you go see SmackDown, you're not just seeing SmackDown. Like they recorded the Sunday, was it Sunday Night Raw?
Sunday Night Heat
Or there
was
was
one of the
something,
shows that they
yeah.
had.
Then and you saw that show before what you watched. And it was like, oh, there's a whole bunch of matches that I didn't realize they weren't on the ticket. And then you watch it on the show and you're like, oh my God, we were at this. And they just
Mm-hmm.
don't really tell you. And it's like, wow, that was kind of cool. Because both times we went, we saw that happen. That was like that. And I was like, wow, this is really neat. But like I said, they weren't pay-per-view. We were just seeing live televised events, normal SmackDown, or it was probably SmackDown and then maybe Raw. I don't remember if there would be another one that we would have seen, because Heat wasn't like a big thing. I think Heat like only an hour show.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, that's the one that we actually saw. Yeah, they had like 4 matches before what we thought would be the beginning of the show. And then we saw it on TV. It's like, oh, we were at that. That was so cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a totally different experience. And being at live events and like live sport events. But yeah, WWE is, it's crazy.
It is. It definitely is. And if you'd like to be a part of that panel on April 9th, you're more than welcome.
I can. I'll try and mark my calendar and make some time, because that would be fun. I don't have a lot of experiences, but I have one where we were really up high, and that was when we saw China, and Trish Stratus was there, and we made posters and everything. And then there was one time when I made it a point to get floor seats. We were about 8 rows deep, but we were on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, this is so cool. You're so close, you can really see how big these guys are. And seeing when they go outside the ring, when you're live like that and you're close enough, you're like, oh, this is awesome. Yeah, and when you watch it on TV, you're like, look at those fools going crazy. And it's like, yeah, that's what happens. You just go nuts, your inner child comes out and you just go just insane, geekdom, fandom coming out, oozing out of you.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like one story, and I'm sure my buddies are going to mention this too, but myself, along with 2 friends who are going to be on the stream on the 9th with us, we went to a SmackDown taping. And after the Big Show had a match, and the show was over at that time. So he's slowly making his way to the backstage area. But, he's giving fans enough time to take pictures and all that. We just started heckling the Big Show, and, he was taking it in stride and, giving it back to us. But at the end of the day, before he went backstage, we told him thanks, and he waved, and it's just one of those cool experiences. I mean,
That seems very much like an experience I've seen him in interviews a lot, and that lines up from what I've seen. He just seems like that guy. When the cameras are off, he'd like let you know that things are cool.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you've seen the video, like Triple H makes a little girl cry, like ringside. But when the cameras go off, he goes over and tells her, he's like, it's okay. It's just me saying mean things, and he consoles her. And it's like, that's just so awesome to see, when they can make an effort, that they do, and that means so much to the fans. And that's only a live event thing.
Yeah.
You never see any of that stuff. They're really limited on television of what you can see. And when you go to a live event, although you miss the constant entertainment that they give you, because you're very, when you're at home, you're closer to the backstage stuff. Yeah. When you're live, the backstage stuff seems very backstage because you only see it on the screens. You don't see the people at all. So it almost, to me, seemed farther away. But when they were in the ring, it was a deeper experience.
Mm-hmm.
But I was fortunate enough. I've been to a couple football games and several baseball games and some the wrestling and some basketball games, and it's just like, God, the live experience, although very different from watching it at home, it has its ups and downs, but wow, it is unlike anything. You know, like being a fan of like the Cubs, or like I was a Kings fan in Sacramento, and I happened to be around their championship run, their rivalry with the Lakers. And man, that was insane. Those live experiences you cannot describe to people, like a live concert. You just can't tell people about a good live experience.
No, I mean, it's a perfect example of you have to be there to experience it.
And be willing to soak in what's happening. Because I've been at things and I'm like, God, can you believe what we are seeing right now? Look around us. Look at this crowd. And they're just like, you're drunk. It's like, screw you guys, man. I am so involved in what's happening around me, and just everybody being together. We all are fans of this. We're fans to the point where we paid money to see it live. This is like, I'm one of those Star Wars fans. I saw them opening night. You know, it's a different that first showing for Star Wars in particular is not like any other showing of any movie I've ever seen anytime. Even Star Wars the next day. That first showing at midnight for Star Wars, people are literally cheering and standing up, clapping, and in the middle of a movie, and the movie ends and they do the same thing. And it's like, you don't get that experience later. The fans that don't see it first off, you know, like a live experience. If you're experiencing a replay, it's not as big of a deal. When you're there, your blood's pumping right with everybody else.
Yep. And on that note, my friend, I think I'm going to end this broadcast because it's time for me to hit the hay. I want to thank you.
Your hour-long podcast turned into 4 because of me.
No. Pop Talk has gone on for 4 hours, almost 5 hours. And the collector stream was almost 5 hours.
Yeah.
5 hours of fun talk, and I want to do it again.
Yeah, I'll let you end the stream.
No. What I'm saying is, I'd love to do another collector stream one of these times. You know, this way we can talk about and showcase whatever we didn't get to showcase the last time, because people seem to really like it. But that's also another thing why, after talking to a few of the panelists from that stream, and thinking it over and going, you know what, let's have a stream where we talk about pro wrestling.
Yeah, we do. I was only saying I'll let you end the stream just because your particular topics we're doing now, but I'll talk about all this stuff again. I feel that collector stream, the way we did it, we could have several parts to that. There's other people that I would be, now that we've done that, I could easily get some more people on that, because I would like to hear, because I've seen a lot of YouTubers collections, but there's these other things I want to ask them about, like we did in that stream, like what makes you have to have these certain things, just all those things that were beyond the, oh, I collect this, look at all my stuff. Because that, to me, the look at my collection, anybody that has one and is willing to talk to us it'll all get showcased by some YouTuber at some point in time. And it's like, let's get, and I love, and I'm not going to discourage that kind of, bring it into the discussion like that. But it's like, oh, I love the other stuff, like, why do you collect? Who made you collect? Why do you collect these things? One of the questions I didn't get to ask was kind of, as we grow up, as our generation, as us particular, our older generation, where things weren't accepted, you know, growing up, how did you feel? You're like, oh, I know I'm going to have a room where this stuff has to be. And the people that I date will have to accept that I have all this stuff. And yes, I know that's going to be a conversation that I'm going to know. Those kind of things. It's like, but we're okay with it. We're not ashamed of it. We're like, oh,
No.
yes, I have no problem including or explaining. But we've all had to come to that kind of grip. Like, okay, I'm collecting and nobody I really know is going to understand it.
No, we've all been there. But yeah, I mean, one of the people I was talking to after the stream was actually that Sunday when I was doing Pop Talk Live. That Sunday was the Smoking Patriot, and he was the one who asked me if I'd consider doing, streams like the collector stream, you know, every month, just have a special stream like that where people come on. And I said, it's something I would consider. And so I thought about it a little bit more. And then I decided on the 7th of this month, I said, next one's going to be about pro wrestling. So anyone who ever watched pro wrestling at any given time is more than welcome to come on.
Yeah, I like that idea. I really like that our talk had everybody, or our topic had everybody really excited, and they, like I said, even after the stream, it was like, wow, a lot of people really like that. Even I talked to people later on just in Discord and things, and it was like that really went over well. And I think it was because it was, we didn't really discuss it a whole lot, but I did myself. I wanted to make it a little different. I didn't plan those questions out, but I was like, oh, these are really things I want to know, because these were things that I knew I had to deal with and come to grips with and whatever in my own life. Like, am I willing to spend a couple $100 on one piece? Or am I, I'm more of a guy like, okay, well, how many different things could I get for that? But not a lot of people are that way. Some people have to have something.
Mm-hmm. It's like, I've seen things I'd like to have, but then the adult in me kicks in and says, you got to pay for this first. If you don't pay for this, you're up shit's creek.
Then you
without
don't
a
even
paddle.
have anywhere to put your old stuff.
Yeah.
Yep, totally. No, I would love to do that topic. And like I said, as people see more streams, I think they would be more willing to come in and talk to that, because if it's a panel like that, more people are willing to jump in. Like when I see one or two people, I'm like, oh, I'll jump in that conversation, and give them somebody another perspective to bounce off of. When it starts to get into be a lot of people, I feel like they don't need me. Oh, this discussion is going to hit enough topics. But yeah, I'm always excited to be able to really have that kind of barroom conversation about that kind of stuff. And it's like, because you'd be like, oh, you guys should come over sometime and see my collection, but that's not what you can do right then. Right then you'd be talking about, well, why do you collect this? And it just, the stuff that would just come up.
Yep. I mean, right now with the wrestling stream, as long as everybody's able to do it, we're looking, including myself, at 8 people on the panel.
Wow, that's awesome. That's so awesome. So many. That's so good. And probably a lot of people are willing to talk about that right now, because it's not like a hot button topic. It's a little more fun.
Yeah. Yeah, and then of course, this week, Scott Hall passes away, and I had originally considered doing the stream next weekend, but I'm thinking, I don't know if next weekend would be good because I have a few things I got to do. So, managing the time. And then, of course, WrestleMania is on, I believe, the 2nd and 3rd. Yeah, it's on the 2nd and 3rd of April. And I was going to end up watching it those 2 nights because Master Paul, the Star Wars guys, and I are actually going to be doing a review of WrestleMania. But I also mentioned to Paul because he was one of the people I invited to be on that wrestling panel, is that I want to be able to talk about WrestleMania 2 during that pro wrestling stream, give our takes on, the present WWE presenting WrestleMania and what it might hold for the future.
Gosh, WrestleMania 2, really? Was that like
No,
open?
this WrestleMania that's coming up, it's for 2 nights. It's
Oh,
no
okay. I see
longer
what you're.
a
I'm
one night
sorry.
thing.
Wow,
That's all
that's the
right.
first time they've done that.
They started it 2 years ago
Oh, did
when
they? I
when
have
the
not heard
Koofs
about
first
this at
started.
all.
Yeah, so they've been doing it for 2 nights, and this will be the first time I've ever watched a 2-night WrestleMania on, from the old school. WrestleMania's one night, 4-hour long show, sometimes 5 hours. But yeah, on that note, I am going to go ahead and wrap up this broadcast. But before I do want to thank those who stopped by during the stream. And the first person I want to thank is DJ Ronnie G. Thank you very much. I also want to take the time to thank Captain Trek. Thank you very much. Salty Texas C. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank Amen Fate. Fate, thank you for coming, watching the show, and participating on the panel. Really appreciate it. Spock's Friday Nights. Thank you very much, brother. The Nerdpoil Lifeform. Thank you very much, Brian. And keep going. Good Fate. I want to thank Bone. Thank you very much. And of course, a surprise appearance from George Lucas.
Wow, moving up.
Yep. And also want to thank Christian Fandom Geek. Thank you very much, brother. I always appreciate seeing all of you here. And of course, games, movie, and comics. And I love GMC. I love watching his game streams. And of course, he had said, "Is this a channel for information about pop culture?" And I told him, "Well, it's a channel about pop culture. It's a channel about movies, TV shows, games, and the Cubs."
I was like, well, this particular episode of this channel is about pop culture.
And of course, I want to thank you, Pat I Wannabe, for not only being in the chat, but also being a part of the panel.
That guy, God.
Yeah. I know, man.
I love these pop
Pat I
talks.
Wannabe.
Like I said, I like the wide selection of topics, and I can't talk to very many people about so many different things. I've always been able to talk to one person about one or two things. Can't talk about half a dozen things with many people. So these are always fun for me to look forward to.
Well, I'm glad that you're able to come by and be on the panel, and I appreciate each and every person who is able to watch these streams, whether it's when they're live or whether it's on a replay. I just appreciate it because, there was a time I didn't think I'd be doing this YouTube thing. I said when I first, saw some of the viral videos and heard about some of the viral videos, I'm thinking, you'll never catch me doing that. Well, as they say never. So, with that being said, this has been Mike for PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. along with the Pat Wannabe. Thank you all for watching. Really appreciate it. Have yourselves a good rest of your night, and I will see you all later. Take care.
Bye.
This has been a test of the emergency hypnotoad system. Had this been an actual hypnosis, you would go limp and watch whatever crap comes on next.